Good morning. Can you take your seats, please? We need to get started. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Pleasure to see all friends here. I'm not sure if we're happy about co-chairing this time, Oti and I, but thank you for being here in the meeting today. Oti and I are sitting in for our fellow co-chairs, our friends Zahir and Georg, who were unable to make it to the meeting. They send you their regards and regrets for not being able to make it here. So I'll be sitting in for Zahir, replacing Zahir, I should say. And Oti will be replacing Georg for this meeting. Is there any objection? I see flags coming up. All right, thank you for making this a safe process. Thank you very much for that. Pleasure to work with all of you, and thank you for your trust and confidence in us. It's going to be a very important meeting. This is the last meeting of the year. We have a number of very important decisions that we need to take, and we need to report back to the CUB with some good results out of the whole year's work. So before we get into the substance, I'd like to first of all welcome an incoming board member. See, it's very difficult to disconnect between the GCF and SCF. You're going to struggle with this. I'd like to welcome incoming members to the committee. First of all, Mr. Matthias Formere from Sweden, who's replacing Gamma O'Reilly from Ireland. We'd like to extend our thanks to Gamma and welcome Mr. Matthias. Welcome aboard, sir. And also would like to welcome a whole, actually a number of committee members after we agreed on the mechanism last time. See the beauty of us agreeing on certain mechanism. We now put it to action, and it's really delivered to be a good measure that we took to enhance the work of the committee. And as a result of that, now we have Ms. Leah Nicholson replacing Ms. Diane Black for Antigua and Barbuda. We have Dr. Omar Al-Arini from Egypt replacing Zahir Fakir. You should be sitting here, Dr. Omar, if you are replacing Zahir. And Fiona Gilbert replacing Mr. Edmund Mortimer from Australia. Welcome aboard. And Irene Markston, where is Irene? Hey, I need to wear my glasses, sorry. Replacing Sunga Joki from Canada, and Toru Sogio. Welcome aboard, replacing Mr. Kazuhiro Ariu from Japan. Welcome all of you to the committee. Pleasure to work with you, and I'm sure we'll have a very active and productive engagement with yourselves, capitalizing on your knowledge and experience. I'd like to invite the new members and replacement members to introduce themselves. Do you need to do that? I already did. Please. Anybody wishes to take the floor from the incoming members? Please. Matthias, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks, co-chairs, and very happy to be here. I just actually started this position 2 months ago, but I've been working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for some 20 plus years. So hope to bring that kind of experience in here, and looking forward to getting to know all of you and this meeting in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome aboard. We look forward to working with you. And please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm replacing Mr. Iru in Japan, and I took up this position as well a couple weeks ago, but I joined the last GCF meeting, and also I'm starting to run quickly as possible to catch up with you. Thank you.
Welcome aboard. Pleasure to have you. Please. Fiona, go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues. Great to see so many familiar faces around the room, and also new people who I look forward to getting to know over the next few days. I'm Fiona Gilbert, replacing Ed Mortimer, who has left our department. I'm also from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Australia, and look forward to a productive few days. Thanks very much.
Pleasure to have you, Fiona, please. Irene, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Erin Marchington. I'm replacing Sonia Ducic, who is almost on maternity leave. And it's going to be a pleasure working with some of you. I've met some of you before. Nice to meet those who I haven't met yet. And I look forward to a number of productive days under the good guidance of our co-chairs. Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Irene. Pleasure to have you as well. Leah. You have to speak, please.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm replacing Diane for this meeting, she sends her regrets, and looking forward to, I'll be co-facilitating the item on draft guidance for the JEF and GCF. This meeting have attended various GCF board meetings in the past, but my first SCF meeting, so looking forward to the engagement. Thanks.
Welcome aboard, Leah. Pleasure to have you. Dr. Omar, please.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, co-chairs. I'm Omar Al-Adini, member of the board, and I wish I were a member of this committee. It looks much nicer than the boardroom. This is I represent Zahir without the hair and without the tattoo, and this is going to be my first and last meeting of the Standing Committee of Finance. I'm happy to meet all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar, and welcome aboard. Looking forward to working with you on this committee. Thanks to all of you. Once again, we welcome all of you, or our observers in the room here. We look forward to your engagement with us and the work ahead of us. And we also welcome our viewers on webcast. I hope you are enjoying our deliberations. And we also we have a new mechanism now for engaging observers remotely who are sitting somewhere speaking to us, and that is through which system we said? Skype? Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. We have observers who are watching us, and they have registered beforehand to engage with us through Skype. So we found this one to be a measure that would enhance the work of the committee, and this part of the guidance that we had from the CUB. So thanks to the team here for facilitating their engagement. So we say welcome to all of them. With that, we move on to the first agenda item. But before we do that, could we ask since this is the first time we have observers engaging with us in the work of the committee through Skype, could we ask them to please introduce themselves, names, and where are they from, please? which organizations and which country they are or which place they are in. So the floor is open for the participants through Skype. Anybody wishes to take the floor? Mary? I have Mary Stewart. I have Cameron. And I have somebody technical support. And Tobias. Hey, hi, Mary. Yes, turn on the lights, please. So we can see you. Okay. Cannot hear you. Hold on a second. I think you are on mute. Go ahead, please. Unmute. You are on mute.
Is that unmuted?
Yes, go ahead now.
Hi, thank you. Sorry for the technical problems. I'm Mary Stewart. I'm representing Sustainable Business Australia and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development from what looks like midnight in Sydney. It's only just after 7. And thank you very much for making this process available to us. Looking forward to it.
Pleasure to have you. Welcome aboard. Cameron.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. My name is Kimaren Oleriamit. Following the discussions on behalf of Indigenous peoples and following this discussion from Kenya, really great to have this opportunity to learn and engage. Thank you very much.
Welcome aboard, Cameron. Sok.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Good morning and afternoon from Cambodia. I come from the Cambodian Farmer Association Federation of Agricultural Producers. Nice to meet you and all.
Welcome aboard. Tobias. Tobias, can you hear me? All right, maybe. All right. Well, when they're back online, then we can continue. Well, through this pilot, program, this leads up this meeting. We, the co-chairs, held a brief conference call and circulated a note to the observer constituency representatives to prepare for this meeting. In addition, these observer constituencies representatives have also been invited to attend the SCF through virtual participation. Now, I really want to say that do not really take this as a measure for our members in the room not to participate physically. We really count on your physical participation. This measure is just for only those who are unable to make it here, that they can, link up to the meeting through Skype, but we count on your really presence as active observers in the room here. So please, this should not be a way for you not to come to the next meetings. That's not really the intent, and we really would like to see more of you in all coming meetings. As this is the first time, we invite all the virtual participation, and we would like to increase the number of participants on Skype. This is very important, again, that as part of our transparency measure, inclusiveness, and the collective work of all constituencies, we've established this. These representatives will provide the opportunity to ask questions, to make interventions, and in the same manner that in-person observers participate, engage, and SCF. So we will give them the floor as they ask for it. We'd like to ask the representative for the given to briefly introduce themselves and further substantive discussions on Agenda 7 to enhance the stakeholder engagement. And this is exactly what we are doing. That will be in the day 3. With that, I'd like to hand over to my dear fellow co-chair, Oti, please. Oti.
Okay. Thank you, Ayman, and good morning to all. And when we met this morning, we very quickly sort of shared as to, who's going to do what. And I kind of feel that there's going to be payback time tomorrow when we decide on who does what. So so I would do the organizational matters, and indeed, just replacing Georg for this one meeting. He's also in a place which starts with B, but it's not Bonn. I can tell you then on a coffee break where he is and why he cannot be here. So now turning to organizational matters, you have received both on paper and electronically the co-chairs' proposed priorities of work for this meeting. and also taking into account the proposed actions contained in the background papers prepared by the Secretariat and the co-facilitators of the respective agenda items. And also want to take this opportunity to really thank the co-facilitators of the various agenda items, because they do a lot of the substantive work, and then they kind of make the task, make our task much easier here when there's a lot of progress also done intersessionally. So we would like to point out that for this meeting we have an extremely heavy agenda, and really want to call on you to make efficient use of the limited time we have available, and to engage with each other as actively and as early as possible. In addition, we would also like to draw your attention to the document SCF/2018/19/6, which contains a draft report of the SCF to COP24, based on the information that was available until the beginning of the meeting. Now, this document was circulated to you last week, with the aim that when we close this meeting, this part of the report is cleared by the SCF, in order to significantly reduce the amount of time needed to finalize the report after this meeting ends. We would therefore very much encourage you to look closely at the draft report, as it is the version that you received electronically, and to contact the Secretariat should you have any specific comments or requests for change. I mean, it should be fairly factual, because the substantive parts of the report will come from this meeting. On Wednesday, we will propose to you to agree to the draft as it stands, and therefore we would like to ask you to kindly ensure that you review the draft before that time, and especially really look carefully at the draft work plan of the SCF for 2019. As well as the draft recommendations that are currently included in the draft, which only reflect agreements reached so far by the SCF. Also, just to highlight very quickly the proposed substantive areas of work at this meeting, where we really need to that we really need to conclude here. So there's the draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism. So here the aim is to reach an agreement on 2 draft decisions containing draft guidance to the operating entities. On the biennial assessment and overview of climate finance flows. So we need to finalize the summary and recommendations, the technical report, and also agree and discuss the outreach strategy prior and during COP24 to actively promote the findings of the 2018 BA. We also need to finalize the theme for the Standing Committee's forum next year, with a view to include a recommendation on this matter in the SCF report to COP24, and also agree on intersessional work relating to the organization of the forum. There are also other issues on the agenda, but I would just like to sort of outline these 3, because these are the ones that we really need to conclude on, and it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to conclude on this after this meeting. So I'd now like to turn to the adoption of the meeting agenda with a revised schedule. You will have received the revised schedule. It's either on paper copy in front of you, I hope, or you've received it electronically, hopefully both. So hearing no objections, we have therefore adopted the agenda. The Secretariat will now go and publish the adopted agenda on the website. And with this, I'll then hand over back to Ayman.
Thank you very much, Oti. I would like to take you to agenda item 7, the linkages with the SBI and the thematic bodies of the convention. I would like to first, as you may recall, during the 17th meeting of the SCF appointed Mr. Randy Caruso and Mr. Paul Aquist as focal points for the loss and damage related matters. Also, Ms. Vicky Nowens and Ms. Sonia Jokic as focal points for the technology-related matters. and Ms. Gama O'Reilly and Mr. Ismo Olvela as focal points for the capacity building related matters. The SCF also formed a working group on gender and climate change, which is currently being chaired by us, the co-chairs. Since SCF 18 as loss and damage focal point, Randy has participated in the 8th meeting of the Executive Committee on the WARS International Mechanism for Addressing Loss and Damage. Vicky has participated in the 12th meeting of the Advisory Board of the Climate Technology Center Network, and the Paris Committee Capacity Building invited the SCF to participate in webinar to build capacity of constituted bodies on gender. First, we'd like to thank Vicky and Randy for their intercessional work under the agenda item, and Ismo for his engagement on the capacity building, Paris Committee for Capacity Building. As you can see from the schedule, apart from the 30 minutes allocated for this agenda item, we have not allocated any breakout groups for this session. Therefore, to make best use of the time available, we'd like to first ask Randy to make a brief intervention on the work that he has done related to loss and damage, and for the SCF to consider any follow-up work on this issue. Then we will provide a brief report back on linkages and on capacity building and gender-related matters as an update to the information contained in the background document. And on gender-related matters, we will have also a short presentation by the Secretariat on possibilities for integrating gender considerations into the work of the SCF. For this meeting, we invite the SCF to first take note of the information reports provided on the loss and damage-related matters, technology-related matters, and capacity building and gender-related matters as contained in the background notes as provided orally. Consider if and how SCF wishes to engage in the technical paper on loss and damage. Would now like to give the floor to Randy to provide a brief update on the participation of the XCOM. Randy, you have the floor, please.
Thanks, Mr. Co-Chair. So I think the main relevant point of background for this is, if some of us recall, in Marrakesh, the COP requested the Secretariat to prepare a technical paper that elaborated on sources of finance to address loss and damage, both under the convention and also outside of it. That's one thing that I think needs to be slightly corrected in the background note that was prepared, or whenever we have the final conclusions coming out of this. But so sources of finance, both under and outside of the convention, as well as modalities for accessing it. So this was on their agenda for the 8th XCOM meeting that was a couple weeks ago, or maybe up to a month ago, and that's why they invited our participation, and it was just particularly on that agenda item. So I participated. Minister Oquist was unfortunately not available, but I think we had circulated the slides to the full committee on what we presented on. Mainly it was flagging for them the relevant forum that we had, and at their request on sources of finance for addressing the risk of loss and damage 2 or 3 years ago, as well as some of the findings from our most recent BA, which again, we also were explicitly asked to include any information on financial instruments for addressing the risk of loss and damage, and also flag for them our ongoing work in our current third biennial assessment that we're working on. So the main things that they were doing at that meeting was the committee was agreeing on the outline for that technical paper, because the technical paper will be prepared by the Secretariat. So they kind of just handed it off by agreeing on the outline. They welcomed our participation and our views, and they were particularly keen, and the Secretariat as well, on if we would be willing and able to follow up with some more in-depth written input, particularly on a couple of areas. One, they were interested in knowing how we classified, or what our kind of typology of financial flows or financial instruments were. They were struggling with coming up with kind of clean categories of organize and ways to organize their paper, and the ones that they had there were very overlapping and would have made for a very confusing paper. So they were welcomed our input as kind of more finance experts on what's just a kind of general typology of instruments or sources of financial flows. They were also, of course, interested in any sources that we were aware of. And then thirdly, they were very interested in how we handle the issue of access, because that was that's explicitly part of the mandate for their paper. But they said, well, on the one hand, if this is supposed to be a full kind of guidebook to instruct someone in country on how to apply for and fill out all the paperwork for 100 different funds, it will never be successful in kind of achieving that purpose. But on the other hand, if it's just one paragraph, that's not very useful either. So they were interested in seeing how we strike the balance and how our conversation on access is, and how we frame that in the context of our biennial assessment. So if it's agreed by the committee, I think we should take them up on their invitation and provide more written input. I made it clear that this would have to be based on our existing work and within our mandate, of course. So I think we could provide more in-depth information than I was able to convey in just a short PowerPoint presentation, including the key messages coming out of our previous forum on this or other relevant fora. And also what will be any relevant results coming out of our third biennial assessment, which of course was not available at the time when I gave that presentation, but I think will be useful to them. So if that's agreed, I think we don't have to spend more time on it here at this session, but we can at this meeting, but we could work on it intersessionally between now and hopefully just agree on it intersessionally on a non-objection basis to send forward whatever written input we compile.
Thank you very much, Randy. Appreciate the reporting, and thanks for participating in the meeting and really reflecting the views of the committee here, both constituencies, and indeed, it's very important engagement that we engage with the loss and damage committee. So thank you for that. I'd like to open the floor for any reactions to the report. Any wishes to comment? Well, let me ask you, what are the expectations then from the XCOM on us going forward as far as, perhaps assessment of finance needs, perhaps some kind of a measure that the CAB would advise the implementing entities, not the operating entities of the convention, that could engage further with the XCOM. Was there any kind of discussion around that?
Yes, so just to be very clear, we were invited to participate. I'm not even sure what was covered on their full agenda for the 8th XCOM meeting, but we were invited to participate just in relation to one particular agenda item, which was this one, which focuses only on a technical, their request to the Secretariat to prepare a technical paper on sources of information or sources of finance for addressing loss and damage, both under and outside of the convention, as well as modalities for accessing it, which I think goes on to inform the 2019 review of the entire XCOM. So that's really all the paper and our discussion touched on.
Thank you very much, Randy. Mohammed, Mo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, co-chairs, and welcome to the new members, and thank you so much, Randy, for the quick update. I don't know, my question will go to the Secretariat. Is the team who's working on the paper the same team who's supporting the preparation of the BA? If this is the case, then they also have the kind of understanding. It's not. So so this is the first question is no. So it's very, very strange. If you have within the Secretariat, if the Secretariat is tasked to prepare a paper under a guidance of an entity or a body, it should be the same people working on the same issues. So this is one thing I think we need to put on record. I don't know how we can deal with that with the Secretariat or through the XCOM. We just make sure that they follow the same or they use the same resources within the Secretariat and outside of the Secretariat. The second point also to make sure that if we have anything in the BA that relates to loss and damage, that there should be some coherence and the approach towards dealing with those loss and damage across the documents, because all those documents will come with the logo of the UNCCC coming from the Secretariat with the endorsement of the parties, or coming from the bodies under the UNCCC. So we need to have a coherent approach, and I would like to thank Randy for making sure that, or trying to work with them on making sure that whatever processes, terminologies, methodologies they are applying is in coherence with what we are doing, because we are the committee that is dealing with finance. So there are two elements. One, how can we make sure that the Secretariat, within the Secretariat, they are following the same rules, so they have the coherence. The second point is that we want also to make sure that the report that will come out will be following the same guidance or the same approach or methodologies that we apply within the SCF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Just to be clear, as of yet, we don't have anything the Secretariat will be doing. I see you nodding that there is no paper or anything to be provided by the Secretariat. Is that, Randy, please, because I saw you nodding that the answer is...
Mohammed raises an excellent point, and it was a good question, and it is unfortunately the case that, or maybe fortunate for our Secretariat folks, but it's a separate, it's the Secretariat team that staffs the XCOM that's preparing the paper, and not
our Secretariat.
Not our Secretariat folks. Okay. So I do think that's and it relates to this paper as well as other things. And of course, I think we're biased, but our Secretariat folks have actually been quite good and proactively, I think, reaching out. There was an issue, it extends beyond just this paper, earlier in the year when they were doing the dialogue that they had, the SUVA expert dialogue, and they were organizing and inviting all these experts to come and present on finance for loss and damage, and they were unaware or didn't, that Secretariat didn't reach out to our folks to say, oh, we understand you guys organized an entire forum on this exact topic. Maybe we could coordinate and invite either the same people or at least know who we invited before. But our Secretariat folks were very helpful in proactively reaching out to them to say, we've just learned that you all are organizing this. Can we be helpful? Okay. So I don't know what the implications are on staff time and everything. I don't think we want to drag our Secretariat folks into it, but there's definitely at least a minimal role for coordination.
I'll clarify that, but just first want to understand from Mohammed, you're suggesting that we should have our Secretariat to engage in the assessment paper, and for the two items, the one on the sources and for the coherence, just to be clear, and then I'm going to give the floor to Danielle, perhaps to comment, please.
Thank you, Ayman, and thank you, Randy, for the clarification. The logical way of thinking is that if you're doing something that relates to finance and you have a body that has been working on it through two BAs and a lot of work, then you should be using the same resources, or you should be making sure that you have a coherent approach, so people are talking to each other within the system, which is not under the parties, it is within the Secretariat. So that was the first question. It seemed that is not happening. So this is a point that I think we can also put in our recommendation, that we request the Secretariat to make sure that there is some sort of complementarity and coherence within the work that relates to
our Secretariat.
The UNCCC in general. So we give it to the whole
I just want to be clear on who should be doing what. I really don't want to leave it, our Secretariat versus Loss and Damage Secretariat, or...
both of them,
maybe Danielle can help us, but I really want to be clear on who should be doing what.
I think they are taking it from the loss and damage point of view, but it is a finance element, so they should have like a mixed team. So this is the point, and then through this mixed team, we make sure that things are in coherence, including like looking at the BAs and the other reports that we provide, and there is nothing that is going opposite to each other.
That's clear. Daniel, you want to comment?
Yeah, no, just to confirm that this is very important feedback for us as well. So we'll definitely engage. We are not separate secretariats, so we are very keen to make sure that we are having a coherent approach. So if this is not the case, we will work on that with our colleagues supporting the WIM, and directly, if you include this as a recommendation, of course, will be a very clear message to us. So content.
Thank you very much. Vicky, please.
Good morning, colleagues, and also welcoming observers at this point. I think this is an important matter, and I want to clarify what would be our exact recommendation on this. I mean, if it is to have assurance of a coherent approach throughout the Secretariat, that's definitely fine by me. I think that is a logical step, but I wouldn't go as far as telling how the Secretariat should do this. I mean, it's one Secretariat, and I hope they are already. I mean, it's good to hear that they are already outreaching proactively. So I think our main issue, if I understood correctly, is that we want to make sure that the finance secretariat's team is involved in this and that there is a coherent approach. So if that's the way we could phrase it, then that would be perfect, but I wouldn't go into too much into the secretariat's work mode. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the elaboration, clarification, Vicky, and I think that's the intent really, and we would count on the secretariat to do that, that would at least, serving the two bodies, it could, come up with something that would address the point. Any other interventions, please? From our observers, anybody would like to comment? Our observers on Skype, anybody wishes to comment? All right. Since there are no requests, thank you, Randy, one more time. Thanks for the report. Now we move on to the next report. So we are in agreement, yes, on the way forward, Randy. We're very much, all committee members, we are in agreement on the way forward on this agenda item as far so I think we're taking that, as a decision for the committee. Thank you very much for that. By the way, a very, very well-earned thank you to the Secretariat. This is overdue to say. Daniele, Lando, the rest of the dream team, thank you for everything you're doing to us. Without you, we would not have been successful as a committee since day one. So thank you very much, really. I would say this up front, not at the end of the meeting, because this is really something, that kept us, successful and going forward. So thank you very much for you and all your team members, and under your leadership, both of you, Daniele and Orlando. Now moving on to the capacity building related matters. On the 25th October, the co-chairs of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building invited the SCF to participate in the series of events which are scheduled to take place from 5 to 12 of December in Katowice. In particular, it invited the SCF to make presentations on the 2018 Biennial assessment in the morning of the 8th of December, and a presentation on the climate-related development finance database in the afternoon, and to participate in a joint PCCB and the European Capacity Building Initiative seminar on building capacity for climate finance, also taking place on that day. We would like to thank ISMO for his interest in engaging with the PCCB on these events. On capacity building and gender-related matters, I would like to inform the SCF of the webinar that took place on the 23rd of October, as no SCF members was able to participate. As you may recall, COP22 requested all constituted bodies to include in their regular reports progress made towards the integration of gender perspective in their respective processes. To support constituted bodies to respond to this mandate, the Gender Action Plan, which was adopted at COP23, includes activities to build the capacities of constituted bodies, for example, through the webinar, which was held together with the PCCB. At the webinar, the Secretariat gave a brief overview of the Lima Work Program on Gender and Gender Action Plan, and a representatives from the UN Women provided an introduction to gender concepts and terminologies. 3 case studies were presented, 1 on gender analysis and budgeting, 2 on integrating gender considerations in climate policy and actions, and 3 on awareness raising for gender-sensitive capacity building. The webinar will be followed by an in-person technical workshop during COP24, which the PCCB is currently organizing. This concludes our report on capacity building and gender, As indicated, the Secretariat offered to provide us with a brief presentation to support the SCF to integrate gender consideration into its work. I'd like to invite the Secretariat, Ms. Flower Newman, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to just give you a brief overview of our current gender-related mandates that are relevant to the SCF. And as the Chair mentioned, there is a decision which requests all constituted bodies to include in their regular reports progress made towards the integration of gender perspectives in their respective processes. And as the Chair also mentioned, in support of that request to constituted bodies, the COP also requested the Secretariat to prepare a technical paper on possible entry points for the integration of gender considerations in the work streams of each constituted body. And during the decision last year, the Decision 3 CP23, the Gender Action Plan, the COP requested a dialogue to be organised with chairs of all constituted bodies to discuss the outcomes of the technical paper, and that happened during SBI 48. And finally, the COP also requested support to constituted bodies. Next slide, please. Requested support to constituted bodies by requesting the gender team of the Secretariat, together with relevant observer organisations, to offer constituted bodies capacity building sessions on the integration of gender considerations in their respective work streams. This technical support is being offered through tailored sessions that can add value to each of the constituted bodies' existing or planned work. And as an example was the Gender 101 webinar, which was developed in collaboration with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building as a first step to an in-person workshop which will be held during COP24, and to which I anticipate that members of the Standing Committee on Finance would be invited to attend also. But that is still under organisation. But this was something that we developed together with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, and it's focused around a number of their priority areas under their existing work plan. We can offer those the tailored sessions in a number of different formats. Next slide, please. So we can do it either as a webinar, in person. It can be done in conjunction with a meeting or with the COP or the subsidiary bodies, or any other modality that is suitable for the constituted body, in this case the SCF's work plan. And next slide, please. And there was a separate request from the COP through the Gender Action Plan for the SCF to host a dialogue on the implementation of its commitment to integrate gender considerations into its work in 2019. It was anticipated that that dialogue would be held, and within that there was a particular focus on access to finance in the context of gender considerations. The technical paper includes, that I referred to earlier, includes a number of entry points that are relevant to the SCF, including the BA and the forum that's coming up in 2019. So I'll stop there, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Flower, for the presentation. Very informative. I'd like to open the floor for any comments, reaction. Erin, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Flora, for that update. I'm pleased to see that the webinar will be posted online. I wasn't able to attend, so I look forward to looking at that online. And I'm just curious if there is a date for the technical workshop at COP. Probably not, but that would be great if the Secretariat could communicate that so that we can integrate it into our COP24 planning. Thank you.
All right, if you want to react to that, please. Flora.
Thank you. We are looking for a suitable date. There have been obviously a number of changes to the way in which the COP, when the COP starts. So we had originally planned to do it just prior to the COP starting, and that's needed to be changed. So we're at the moment looking for a suitable date, possibly in the second week.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Peter, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to all the observers. Thank you for that introduction. The way I see it, though, maybe it's not a question, but something that we have to discuss also in the work program of the SCF. I think there are basically two sort of assignments that we have from the COP. One is to integrate gender into our work, and the other one is the dialogue. And when I look at the work program now, for instance, for the SCF, it says under the dialogue that we should integrate gender perspective into our processes as appropriate. I think, well, we need to revisit that, I think, because integrating gender is one of the assignments, that the dialogue is the other one. And yeah, I think it warrants maybe some discussion on how we can best do that, because I think a dialogue is not just a one-off thing, but it needs to be sort of multiple times and continuous. But that's something to consider, I think, for us as the SCF.
Thank you very much for that. Any other interventions, please? Anybody wishes to take the floor from the observers, please, in the room? All right. Our observers on Skype, anybody wishes to take the floor? Any questions, any comments? On the count of three. Somebody? Is that free of charge? Yes, go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Kimaren again. Thank you very much for the update on the gender mainstreaming. On a related point, deals with indigenous peoples related issues in terms of inclusion and decision making. And given the Paris decision on indigenous people's rights and indigenous knowledge, and also standalone indigenous people policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me take one more comment or question from the observers on Skype. Anybody else? No? All right, Flor, can you please respond? Yes, from the Skype. The relevance on the policy and on the Talanoa dialogue for the indigenous people, I think.
So on the Talanoa dialogue, I'm not able to provide an answer to that question. I'm not involved in the Talanoa dialogue, but we can come back to you on that question. In relation to inclusion of the Indigenous peoples platform and the work there has been a clear link between the work we're doing on gender and inclusion and integration and Indigenous peoples. And in fact, at the workshop that we held during SBI 48, we made that linkage between gender, Indigenous peoples and inclusion in the climate work. And I would be happy to provide links and information to that if it's of interest.
Thank you very much. With that, you all have the contact information for Flor for any sort of bilateral questions. So please take note of the email here. You can approach her for any further clarifications. But thank you very much, Flor. Appreciate the presentation. With that, I'd like to hand over to Oti, please, for the next agenda item. Oti, please.
Thank you, Ayman. And next we turn to item number 4, the 2018 Biennial Assessment and Overview of Climate Finance Flows. And if it seems to others that we're kind of taking agenda items in a random order, that's not the case. We are following the schedule that you have, hopefully as a printed copy. This is the schedule for today. And we are sort of working in plenary mode until lunch, and then we'll be in breakout groups after lunch. So just to assure colleagues that we're not sort of just pulling items out of a hat in random. So now we're doing the 2018 Biennial Assessment and Overview of Climate Finance Flows, after which, according to the schedule, we should have a coffee break. We'll see how this now goes. So, since I don't like to give the floor to myself, I will give the floor to Saini, my very able co-facilitator on this agenda item. So Saini will now provide an update on the outcomes of the intersessional work. The floor is yours, Saini.
Thank you, Uti. That's exactly what I thought, as you're now been promoted to chairing the meeting. So, okay, at the our last meeting, the 18th session in Bangkok, you would recall that we also organized a technical expert meeting on the second order draft of the BA, and at the end of that we said two things. First, that we would give until the end of September to colleagues for sending their written comments on the third order draft, and would also make available the wealth of information that we have gathered in producing the document so far on our website. So we've done that, and we continued our work. And I think the third order draft was sent to you on the 12th of October. And the team is still revising the document with the comments that you have provided, and there will be an opportunity for further comment at this session, and hopefully we'll be able to circulate a final draft at the end of next week. We also organized 2 webinars on the 22nd and 24th. Thank you, Uti. I was not able to attend, and we receive additional inputs on the draft summary and conclusion of the BA, and we foresee that we'll be able to finalize at this session. This is the 3rd time now. We'll finalize the draft summary and recommendation at this session. So I could maybe go over the structure and content of the summary and recommendation. For those who are here the first time, this is a standard structure that we use, and the structure mirrors the structure of the technical report, which is one section on methodological, context and mandates, second, challenges and limitation, and a section on key findings and recommendation. The key findings, we've used the same structure again, which is 3 main parts. One on methodological issues related to MRV of both public and private climate finance. An overview, second part is an overview of current climate finance flows, 2015 and 2016. And an assessment of climate finance, and then a final section on recommendation. I think on the main technical report, we've done an extended, number of annexes. I think I've counted about 17 annexes from A to almost Q, so maybe that's more than 17, but we've tried in annexes to have more information, structured around a specific theme. We've definitely done more work on the domestic or recipient perspective this time, which was due to the fact that we're starting to have, developing countries reporting their biennial update report. They're reporting finance, at least I think about 32 or 33 countries now have reported in that financial section. So it's a beginning, and we've tried to capture the wealth of that information. So on the content, as I've indicated, you have a section on challenges and limitation in climate finance data. Issues around uncertainty, gaps, and limitation. We still have some challenges there, but I think the situation, you have more reporting from all sides, and definitely on the recipient side, we've tried to identify emerging insight on the methodological issues around MRV of both public and private. The innovation this time around is on emerging methods and metrics around 2.1c. I mean, there's not any specific work area, on 2.1c per se. So what we are starting with is to just look at the landscape to sort of define the current situation. There's not any specific methodology on the issue or any specific accounting of that, but we're just trying to check the landscape when it comes to that issue. So it's a very light touchdown, which will not, I guess, prejudice conversation or the outcome of conversation here and elsewhere. On the overview of climate finance, it's a very similar approach to the last two BA, which is first of all an overview on global climate finance, and then we break down that information by different channels, multilateral, bilateral, MDBs, private, and geographic and thematic. That's the way we approach it. We try to capture all of that information in an onion diagram, which has been sort of like the flagship product of this at least of this part of an overview of climate finance, and then the section on the domestic recipient, the recipient side. This was lacking, as I indicated in previous BA, but we've tried really to capture as much information as possible. We have two specific annexes on the issue of reporting or tracking climate finance from domestic or from recipient side. I think it's Annex F, which has the summary of that information for the 30+ countries who have reported, and then we have a case study on Annex G on 4 or 5 countries, one from Latin America, Colombia, and the others from Southeast Asia. So this is the new area where we hope to share more light on what's happening from a domestic or recipient perspective. And we've just received a number of comments for recommendation on how this could be enhanced. So we'll address that when we pick up the summary and recommendation on some of the proposal we've received from committee members. So I think that's about it. I didn't forget anything, Uti.
Thank you, Saini. So really, just to really focus on what are the priorities for this meeting, and you have them there on the slide. So we need to provide guidance to the to the team to finalize the technical report. The technical report is about 240 pages, and we are now running out of alphabets in order to label all the annexes. So maybe next time around we should not be using alphabets. We should be using something else. Also, just like to acknowledge that we have in the room Athena, Charlene, and Padraig sitting there. Our three hardworking colleagues who've been working on the technical report. Also we need to finalize and agree on the summary and recommendations on the 2018 BA, and these will then be annexed to the annual report of the SCF to the COP. So everyone around this table needs to sign off on those. And also we need to have a clear plan on the outreach activities at COP24. I think Saini and I would kind of share the frustration that sometimes we do brilliant work on the biennial assessment, and then either no one reads the report or they don't sort of acknowledge it, that they don't. We have it. Well, I mean, there's a wealth of information there, but we kind of feel that it gets that it's underutilized, and we'll have to see how we can do that better. Now, at this meeting, it's going to be really important to identify the recommendations. So that we already have some in the draft. We also acknowledge the fact that not everyone has been able to participate in the intersessional work to the extent that they may have wished. So just to make sure that we capture all those ideas there. As you can see from the schedule, we've allocated a very large portion of our time at this meeting to finalizing the biennial assessment. So we have 3 breakout groups slots for this to discuss this, and 2 of those are today and then 1 tomorrow. Very much want to encourage you to actively engage with each other, also outside the formal time allocated, so that we can really finalize the deliberations on this matter, so that everyone is okay with the end product. Also to highlight that the Secretariat has produced copies of the technical report to SCF members only. At the same time, I acknowledge that, for the observers, it's very difficult to engage on a report that you don't have. So I for one, since I did bring my own printed copy with me, I'm happy to give my printed copy that the Secretary has printed for me to an observer, and maybe we can sort of look around the table if there are others in the same position, because I do think that in the breakout groups, everyone needs to have the papers that we are talking about. Otherwise, it's it doesn't sort of make any sense to have a especially with a report with the number of annexes that are running out of alphabets. You can't engage on that unless you have a printed copy of that. So we'll see with the Secretariat what we can do about that. Now, I'd like to invite members of the SCF to provide any further comments at this point. So, bearing in mind that we will indeed have ample time in breakout groups on this, and we'll be spending the entire afternoon today on this. So, do any of the, also noting that there's always parallel groups. So, especially those who will be engaging on guidance this afternoon and might not be able to provide their expert input to the BA discussions. Perhaps I could invite you to take the floor now. Obviously, you're also welcome to do this so later, but especially guidance colleagues who wish to intervene now. Don't feel obliged, Vicky. You're not trying to put you on the spot, but Vicky, please, you have the floor.
Don't feel like being put on the spot anyway. No, just because I will be in. I was going to say I will be stuck. No, I will be in the draft guidance breakout groups. I think thank you, Saini, for giving very good updates on where we stand. The way I see, and I read the recommendations and the summary. I haven't read the BA. I'll admit it, mea culpa. But I think for the recommendations that we have to look into those 4 categories that you mentioned, which was the challenges, the emerging work around 2.1c, the onion diagram, and domestic recipient side. Because even though I've read the recommendations and they are quite good, I think they could actually be taking a step forward as well. But at this point, I don't have concrete suggestions, and I can attend 1 breakout group this afternoon, so I will be there to provide more on that one. But I thought it was a very good summary already. But I mean, this is basically our main outcome of this year. So we really need to step up on that one. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe also, I mean, while you're sort of considering on the substance of the recommendations, also try to have an idea on what should be the order of the recommendations, because I mean, maybe the way they are sort of listed now might not be the best. I mean, just consider that. But Ivan, please.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I apologize for not being able to participate in the webinars. I think the draft is very much way better than the last one we were presented with. And I would like to reiterate some of the comments I made last time. I think that we should stress at this point in time the necessity for showcasing some trends. And I repeat myself, I repeat what I said last time. One of the trends that we should highlight is what has been the change of overall development financing vis-a-vis climate-related development financing. That's something that is going to help us understand if there has been really new funding being released or being provided for climate change, or at what extent financing has been relabeled. And that's something that there is enough, I think, basis for that in the information we already have in the report. It's something that could be very easily portrayed in some types of graphs like Sankey graphs. That's something that we could look into. I'm gonna give a more detailed comment if I manage to split myself in two. But again, it's something that we should strive to provide at this point, because it's going to help us guide, for example, the high-level meeting that we will have in Poland. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ivan. Next I have Leah, please.
Thank you very much. And I will also be trying to split my time. So I wanted to take a few moments to share some thoughts. So it was really great to read the biennial assessment. I think that the summary necessarily loses a lot of the detail. So that's the challenge, I guess, seeing what we can take forward and how much we can convey in such a short space. One of the aspects of the summary and recommendations is just some of the framing. So it tends to start off looking at like the issues instead of looking at a glass half full approach, where like methodological issues versus methodological approaches. So I think making sure that in the summary we look at a glass half full take. And then one of the things from the long technical report into the summary, that the technical report had a lot of interesting case studies of countries. I think they talked about Cambodia, Colombia, and South Africa throughout the report. And that was a really interesting approach, looking at how some of these countries are really taking big steps and developing that. So I thought that was a great development in the technical report that maybe didn't get transferred over to the summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. Anyone else? Ayman.
Okay. I can come at the end to wrap up, but I have some comments also as maybe not BA facilitator, but just
as a general expert, as a climate
so
finance.
It depends if you're talking as co-chair or as.
Why do you speak as a climate finance expert?
No, just I just realized, and I just realized one point. It's maybe because Ayman is taking the floor as well. I thought until recently, so I'm just thinking out loud. I thought until recently that not having a definition of climate finance was actually okay. And the reason
the reason I thought I was sort of supported in that sense is because, after Paris and the submission of all the NDCs, pretty much it covers a full range of activity. So on a country perspective, finance going into the support of your NDC would be considered climate finance, period. So I thought, if we don't have a definition of climate finance, that would be okay. Then I attended the GCF, the last GCF board meeting. That was, I think it was the first time in a year. And I was very surprised because it seems that there's a dynamic which is going there where the board tries, when projects are coming, to actually define if a project is a development project or a climate finance project, or at least, when there's a pronouncement at funding level, but trying to differentiate if a project is a development project and I thought that our work was always about integrating, climate change into national development planning processes. So it seems that, and when we are counting, we pretty much count everything which is there. But it seems that at least at the GCF, which is the primary financial mechanism, at least under this convention, but there is a key interest to try to separate so-called development finance and climate finance in the absence of a definition for climate finance. So that sort of, you start asking yourself, then should we now try to really do some work on doing that, which I thought was not the idea, but the idea was actually to integrate the two. So I heard about it, and then I went to the meeting and I heard a number of board members trying to say, well, this is a development project. This is not a climate. This is not really about climate. This is more developments in a sector, for instance, for like water, where it's very difficult in water too. So I'm putting that out because it raises a number of, in the absence of clear methodologies for, how do we ensure that, what should we do as a body which is in charge of advising the COP? Because those are, and then countries are then very frustrated because now they need to make a sound rationale as to why this is a climate finance project or this is a climate project which deserve climate finance. And I think, some of maybe, so those are, as I said, issues I'm trying to grasp with, and I thought we didn't have to do any work on climate, on the definition of climate finance, but it seems that we're going to have to do something about it, maybe.
Okay, next I have Ayman, but maybe also to just that, let's, I think we've always taken a very pragmatic approach on the biennial assessment, and I don't think the idea is to sort of introduce the challenges that may be happening in some of the other bodies into the work. But yeah, Saini, do you want to?
No, as I said, the idea is not to introduce any. The idea is to be real. This is what's happening in the real world, and I need, I think, as I said, we just think, this is the general comment. I'm just flagging it because, maybe others have some views or some approaches on how, but I think it's something we'll have to deal with at some point.
No, absolutely. The objective is to be real, relevant, and pragmatic. But let's now I have Ayman, Omar, Randy, Peter. Ayman.
Yes, thank you very much, Oti. Indeed, this is the challenge we face here. It's not so much of a disagreement. It's just a matter of, understanding how we classify finance, being climate finance versus development finance. And by the way, in the forum in Korea, we had this discussion around it, that it is the challenge of all times to define what climate finance is. First of all, you'd ask yourself, should we define it? Should we define what climate finance is? And if yes, then how we're going to define it? And I guess the challenge here is that, is there anything called climate finance? And if it is, what is the reference to it? Climate finance There was a reference in the convention that is new and additional, which is something that we are familiar with. But in reality, to be pragmatic, there is no way on earth where you can separate development from climate actions. They're two sides to the same coin. As you develop, now I'm speaking for myself, okay? I'll be in trouble with my constituency, perhaps. As we develop, we achieve climate actions. That's co-benefits, yeah? As you go about your development, you achieve adaptation, building resilience, and you also achieve emission reductions as you do things better, yeah? We don't repeat the same mistakes that historically happened. We tap on new technologies to reduce our impact on the environment, our impact on emissions, yeah? By how? Using technology. So technology for us is the way to deal with it. So one would ask, okay, now this finance we're providing, or we're taking count of here, we're taking count of climate finance flows. So we're counting everything that is counted under development and undeveloped, everything. We're taking actually the OECD report perhaps as a key input to this, acknowledging the fact that as you develop, you'll always achieve co-benefits of enhancing resilience and reducing emissions, unless this is not really true. Then we need to talk about it. But from our understanding, it is the case. Now, what happens is that, and this is I think the struggle. When we come here and try to take count of climate finance, the flow of finance, we're really counting it on the definition that development finance, it is also climate finance. We're taking that into account. It's a big chunk of the calculation of the flow of finance is coming from development finance. This is how we do it, on that basis. Now, when we go to the operating entities that are serving the Convention and Paris Agreement, the decision-making there is on the basis of, is this climate finance or this is development finance? Which should not be the case. And this is what we always explain to our fellow co-chair, not the co-chairs actually, to the members of the board there, that there is no way where you can separate this. Since the first batch of funding proposals that were approved in Zambia in 2015, this question came to the table. Are these funding proposals are developmental or they are climate change funding proposals? And we went through that discussion. Up until the last week board meeting in Bahrain, we had similar discussion. We need to be mindful of the fact that you cannot put a clear definition on what is climate finance and what is development finance, because they are together. You really have to establish that. Then what comes to the assessment is that the climate rationale, how much of a degree of a certain funding proposal that has an impact on climate change, be it resilience, building resilience, or be it emission reductions. And that is the drawing line that we draw. Are we achieving in any funding proposal enhancing resilience and reducing emissions if it's a mitigation project, as much as we're also helping that country to develop, but in a less impactful way on the environment? I think that would be the conclusion. That would be the overriding factor that on which we base our decision. Now come to the climate rationale, which is another challenge, by the way. From whose perspective you say that there is a climate rationale to this funding proposal, or there is no climate rationale to climate rationale? Because what is climate rationale to a certain region on our planet may not be climate rationale to another region of our planet, because it is regional perspective that bring up this climate rationale element to it. It is, as a matter of fact, is national. In certain countries, certain actions are indeed climate rationale. But if you take that same project, put it in somewhere else, it would not be a climate rationale. So now we're in a greater challenge. Even the definition of climate rationale, and this is what we also, had, in the GCF board meeting. How do you define climate rationale? So we really need to be mindful of the fact that, listen, it's everything. Climate finance is development finance, as well as rationale for climate change. And that is subject to the regional circumstances, subject to the national circumstances. This is said, I don't want to take much time, this is said, it would be really dangerous for us. If you want to go and define climate finance, I'd like to see it here in the summary, which you'll not be able to, because what counts at the end of the day is the output of the committee here and the recommendations as to how to make use of this information, all the report. And that's what parties will take. That this is the good work of course, all the technical input, but this is the judgment that we put in the summary report and in the recommendations. And unless we are able to really define it, we need to put it up front. We need to put it up front that in the context of this report, when we say climate finance, it is development finance with climate rationale, with this and this and this and that. And I think this is something will have to be discussed in the breakout room. But I think really this is something for the group to consider, that it will always be a challenge to define climate finance unless you put it in the context of sustainable development, because this is the overriding objective, is sustainable development. And it would not be sustainable if it doesn't have a climate rationale element to it. Otherwise, it's not sustainable. So I think in our recommendations to the COP, we really need to bring this up front and also define that, because we don't want to really be responsible for, what could be, the use of it, that this is to our best, sort of understanding and judgment of the content of the report. This is what we think climate finance is, and this is what we think, the climate rationale related to it. And that is all put in the context of sustainable development. So I wish to, as a member of the committee, I wish to see that in the summary and in the recommendations. Thank you very much, Rati.
Thank you, Ayman. Next, I have Omar, followed by Randy. Omar, please.
Thank you. Listen to Seni making the short presentation about climate finance flows. Remind me of exactly what he said. I think it was in Lima, saying almost the same thing about flows and all these things. It is very dangerous to be captive to the terminology here, especially undefined terminology. The convention and the Paris Agreement is not about finance. It's about the impact of finance. And I have not heard the word impact. I've seen the reports, two reports about the billions of dollars. That was just before Paris or during the COP. I think there were two reports, one alleging that $62 billion out of the $100 billion that was supposed to be mobilized by developed countries for up to 2020 was already there. And the other report was similar with a higher amount of money. But there was no mention of impact. You can put anything and call it climate finance, but where is the impact? In the convention and the Paris Agreement, for example, in the governing instrument of the Green Climate Fund, the fund is established to assist developing countries with their implementation to achieve the objectives of the convention. The objective of the convention is not to collect money. The objective of the convention is to protect the climate. And I have not heard or seen or read anything, these two famous reports that they were released at the Paris COP, any mention of the amount of reduction of greenhouse gases. I have the ozone background, and 10 years ago, the implementation of the Montreal Protocol achieved a reduction in the emission of greenhouse gases much more than would have been achieved by developed countries under the Kyoto protocols. Just by removing those ozone depleting chemicals that have very high global warming potential, with much less money, without any definitions except that of incremental cost. In the board, developing countries at the 17th meeting, although the projects had provenance from these countries, refused to have any project discussed at that meeting before seeing the connection with climate change, because we have to be realistic. Country ownership is not there yet. You have these giant banks going to countries, telling them that this is, we guarantee that we get you money. It doesn't matter whether it is grant or a loan from the Green Climate Fund. And you just send the no objection letter, and I hope some of them are hearing me here or listening to this, and we'll get you the money. And they file away, you know, they just yeah, you can always find a link. But developing country insisted not to consider any funding proposal at the 17th meeting without resolving the issue of climate rationale. And now this is in the vernacular of the Green Climate Fund. The funds attempted to submit a paper. It was weak and it was not discussed without knowing what's incremental cost, because accredited entities will go to countries and say, "Pay, we'll get you a loan because this is the money will go to your private sector. You need not to worry about the interest rate, etc." And this is on the agenda, has been on the agenda of the board. Hopefully, next year all these issues will be resolved. So I wish to see, and this is my first meeting here. I read some of the reports, but I wish to see everybody start talking about climate impact. Although we have this in the investment criteria and in the Green Climate Fund, but it's not there yet. We are not there yet. If we don't start to promote climate impact of finance, we will stay forever trying to define climate finance.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I have Randy, Peter, and then Paul. Welcome, Paul, on the list. And I'd like to at least sort of ask Athena or Charlene or Padraig just to very briefly to say that, you know, what is it that you want from us as a collective here, so that we really get focused on the priorities given the limited time we have. And then if there are any other observers who wish to take the floor, and then I'll ask Saini to react on how we're going to manage from between now and the end of the meeting in order to get the get all the recommendations and the summary report agreed. So Randy, please.
Thanks, Uti, and I do think that your invitation to us to not relitigate or litigate issues that are primarily, you know, or the issues from other fora here at the SCF. And only coming into, because I'm afraid that we might be going in that direction, and particularly on this issue of definition of climate finance and some of our previous discussions, I think we're conflating things a little bit too much, and I think you know, painting with too broad of a stroke and not actually being mindful of some of the nuances from our conversation to date on this. So on this particular aspect of the definition of climate finance, on the relationship between development finance and climate finance, it's lovely to now hear Ayman say that climate and development are two sides of the same coin. That is, I think that's, you know, there's a lot of agreement around the table to that. However, maybe there's too much reading into that saying. It's not that all of the coins that are development finance coins equal the same amount of all the coins that are climate finance coins. It's simply meant to be that those objectives are consistent with one another and are mutually compatible. And I think that that's what, like the Addis Ababa and Action Agenda and Financing for Development and other international agreements that spoke to this particular issue and the relationship between these two topics have captured. So when we were saying, I think before we've pushed back on a top-down, overly prescriptive list of what is climate finance, and over time under the committee, I think we've seen that that's not a reasonable approach, precisely because of some of the exact examples that Ayman was citing, that it's, especially when you get to things like adaptation finance, it's very context-specific. Now that we have Paris, even on the mitigation side, the actions, the activities, the technologies are nationally determined. So how would that fit with a singular top-down definition from the UNFCCC, from the CMA, from the SCF? It simply wouldn't. And instead, and this, I believe, I'm no GCF expert, but in both contexts, where we are is recognizing that development and climate are compatible as objectives. But that's not to say that the GCF then becomes the World Bank. There is, and in both contexts, what we ask for and what we provide when we report on our climate finance, because we do not, the OECD report on climate finance is not the same number as the OECD report on development assistance. So it's not the case that now we jump to, okay, so climate and development is the exact same thing and everything is that development finance is climate finance. That's never what we've said. So I think we just need to be very, 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 careful there. And in both contexts, what we ask for is a kind of bottom-up rationale. Can you explain how you identified the climate relevant or climate specific portion and what is the climate rationale of this project? This is something that all developed countries provide. It's something that the United States provides when it reports on finance, and connecting it to the BA. This is something that the BA, and I would invite everyone to look at these chapters, lays out and to some excruciating level of detail, but in others an illuminating level of detail, that there is indeed no one-size-fits-all framework or approach or definition or methodology to to describing or identifying that climate relevant portion. So in the BA, you can see the approaches that parties choose and communicate in the context of their biennial reports. You can see the approach that the OECD DAC uses and the application of Rio markers to the broader set of climate finance, development finance, broader set of development finance flows. You can see the approach the development finance institutions take, the approach the multilateral development banks take, but that's not to say then, okay, so there's no reason in even asking someone what is a climate project. There is. We've, at least our conversations here have just come out in the place that there's no, it's not appropriate or desirable or possible to have a singular top-down definition or methodology.
Okay, thanks, Randy. Then Peter, followed by Paul. Peter, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, and I provided already some written inputs, and thank you for sharing all the documents beforehand. I think it's very useful to provide, everybody to provide written input so we have everybody's views, because also, yeah, I cannot split myself in half. So I hope, well, if there are any questions about the views that I provided, then I'm looking forward to participate in the breakout group. And anything, yeah. So on the definition, I mean, a lot of things have already been said. No, sorry to come back on my on the comments. I think it's really important that we keep in mind what our role as the SCF is, and that it's to assist the COP in executing its functions. And I think the BA is an important part of this. And the current BA shows that there are also gaps in our knowledge. And I think as SCF, we have an obligation to highlight that and to propose way forward on how to close these gaps, because we have long discussions on level of finance needed, level of finance provided, and I think the BA is very illuminating in sort of guiding that discussion and also highlighting what the gaps are and trying to fill those gaps. So I think that really needs to come out of our recommendations. And that, the discussion we just had on the definition, some of you know I've worked many years on adaptation finance, and one of the questions that people ask me, like, what keeps you up at night? And I'm like, what is adaptation finance? It's more of an existential question, really. But I think, an example I worked a lot in Zambia, and their funding going to HIV/AIDS projects is considered to be climate finance. Now, if you think about it, you're like, what? But if you read their national climate strategy, it makes sense for them in that context. The Netherlands, we would not have that as a priority. Our priority is very different. We are below sea level. We have a high demand for adaptation. So every country has a different priorities. That's also already been highlighted. So yeah, my question is, who are we to decide top-down what climate finance means in your context? And I agree with some of the previous speakers that we cannot do that. It is context specific, and it is up to countries to say, well, this is in my context climate finance, this helps me adapt, or this helps me towards a pathway with low greenhouse gas emissions. And I think the BA also has played a role in that. There is a chapter on the different definitions and methodologies that have been used by parties and highlighting that, and I think it builds, sort of comes to not a definition, but more, what are others doing, and we can learn from that and we can adapt our own approaches. So I think the BA has been very useful in that, and I don't think it is very useful to have a discussion here on what exact definition is of climate finance, or have a discussion on sort of whether development finance is different from climate finance. I mean, yes, it's part of the same coin in most cases, or whether have a discussion whether development finance has been relabeled to climate finance. I think that doesn't do justice to what is actually happening on the ground, which is that communities need support for development, and make sure that this happens in a way that makes them more resilient, help them adapt, and develop in a way that is a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions. So yeah, I'm happy always to talk about definitions of climate finance, come up with ideas, but I don't think we should do that in this setting. I think we already have a lot of that in the BA. I think we're on a good path, but yeah, look forward to that discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I have Paul, followed by Mohammed. Paul, please.
Good morning, everyone. Very poor people have less existential problems than very rich people. And the same holds for very poor governments. Very poor governments in the struggle for survival, like very poor people, have to look for few activities that are highly synergistic and high leverage, because there's no more resources than the ability to do that. So, for example, apart from renewable energy and energy efficiency, you have to look for really high leverage activities. So one of those that we're highly prioritizing in Nicaragua is the reforestation of degraded land that's been degraded by a very active agricultural frontier that's worked for decades. The classical agricultural frontier, like in Brazil, Peru, Colombia, Ecuador. Nicaragua has that too. So with this reforestation of degraded land, it's mitigation, because you are planting trees, coffee, cacao, bamboo, all capturing CO2. It is adaptation, because you are planting water, fixing the soil, recreating habitat, and the fauna is very grateful. You create the habitat and they come back. It's also livelihoods, because it's a landscape approach. So there's people in this forest, and they are taking advantage of the things that forests produce, like resins and seeds and other things, and fruits. Also taking advantage of the cacao, coffee, bamboo, which we also define as reforestation, because they're perennials or semi-perennials that capture CO2e. Then it's this livelihoods is poverty reduction, because these forests are in the Caribbean coast, which is the region where the indigenous and Afro-descendant populations are concentrated, which are the poorest populations in the country. So it's livelihoods and poverty reduction. And it's a basic strategy of the regional development of that region is to reactivate the forestry, because the land has a forestry vocation. But a lot of it is in agriculture and extensive cattle grazing. And it's utopian to think you're going to roll that back. But you can combine. And the agroforestry and silvopastoral projects prosper very well. So you get all these things rolled up into one ball. And so policy-wise, that's what you have to do, because your budget can't have a separate budget for development, a separate budget for climate, a separate budget for disaster risk reduction. It has to all come out of the same effort, with the same institutions working with the same communities, and that's the approach. Now, statistically, how to separate out what's climate finance, there's some things that to me are pretty clear. All renewable energy is climate finance. Anything that captures CO2 is climate finance. The reduction in cost that energy efficiency can bring, reducing emissions at the same time, is climate finance. And all of this, the common denominator is what Dr. Omar was referring to, the reduction in the emissions. On the adaptation side, you have the reduction of the vulnerabilities of risks and within the vulnerabilities of highly exposed communities. There's a lot of gray areas also, no doubt about it. And the fact that there's no methodology, one size fits all, we're all in agreement with that. But in reality, governments don't work along these separate lines. The very poor governments have to try to combine everything as much as they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And now I have Mohammed, followed by Ivan. Mohammed, please.
Thank you so much. And I kind of agree with what was said by everybody around the table, but I have one small question. If 2.1c is materialized, then all financial flows in the world are climate finance, right? Because then that will be the case. If we are trying to capture everything that has a climate impact, if it's in the general forum, then 2.1c, when it applies, then the whole flows of finance in the world are to be considered climate finance. So I think we are not, from one point of view, yes, we are capturing climate finance, but on the other side, if we take this very generic approach as we take it now, then in 2, 3, maybe 10 years time, I don't know how much is the financial flows in the world, but I don't know the trillions. So we'll be beyond any kind of discussion on is there specific climate finance or not, because everything will be considered as climate finance. So this is an important element that we need to discuss as the SCF, and this is one of the forums, or this is the only forum that we can have this kind of discussion, that to start discussing among ourselves something or some elements that we can put forward for a wider discussion. So the idea of not to engage on a definition on climate finance because it will consume our time. I think we, at a certain point of time, will be faced by this question, because outside the new FCCC, when you go to the GCF, it is a very strong discussion there and nobody is helping. And there is a need for a helping hand. Should it come from your FCCC or should it come from outside? But there is a need for a helping hand there to allow for this kind of discussion. So I think through the BA and through our future work, we need to have some sort of a brainstorming with the stakeholders, with the observers, with a lot of people to try to figure out what is being used in other places, how things are progressing in the real world, and the pros and cons of capturing everything as climate finance, as long as people say this is a climate finance. Because at a certain point, I'm saying in 2.1c, if the flows will be in line with the Paris Agreement or towards low emission and high resilient, then all flows in the world will be climate finance. There is no need to have a BA. There is no need to have any kind of discussion, because everybody is happy and climate is happy, which is not the case. So let's be very clear on that. So I think one of the ideas, and I was just asking Seni, and I think it is included in the report, what are the different definitions, or how do different institutions deal with the definition of climate finance? But the focus was more on the MDBs and the OECD and others. I think there is the methodology where Jeff uses definition of climate finance. Is it included in the BA or not? And then, as Dr. Omar was saying, from different experience on other funds, how do they identify the financial flows that serves the objectives of their funds? So if it's biodiversity, I don't think there's no fund for biodiversity, but for ozone, which is very clear, how do they identify or how do they deal with the funding for achieving the objectives of this fund? One of the ideas is results. So you assess the finance or the flows based on the results they are achieving. I think this is one idea. I'm not saying that this is the idea, but we need to expand our thinking into trying to identify how can we deal with this, because again, then this 100 billion will not be like a number, the 150, 120, 20, 30, whatever will not be a relevant number, because everything will be considered as climate finance. So we need to take this into consideration. I think thorough discussion or deep discussion maybe next year and the years after is important, and let's take it from this objective. Country ownership has to be secured, yes. Safeguarded, yes. It's up to countries to decide and identify where they think that this is climate finance, yes, but in reality it is more of the implementing entities who are the ones who really identify what is climate finance, because they are the ones who try to mobilize the finance. And the second point is that there is a gap, and the gap is there not on the accounting side only, but also on the providing side from any source, be it private sector, multilateral funds, any funds under the convention. There is still a gap that people are struggling with and we need to deal with. So I think we're not saying we have to fix it now in this setting, but we have to take an action and have some sort of mindset on a timeline that will help us. Otherwise, let's account everything as climate finance as it is towards low emission, and it is towards resilience building. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. I now have still Ivan and Paul, and then we'll probably try to sort of wrap this up a bit, just in order to not to. I know Ayman was doing a brilliant job in terms of making sure we stick to the time allotted. Now I've done an appalling job at sort of letting the discussion to dwell on. At the same time, given that that a lot of colleagues will be in different breakout groups, I do think it's very important to have this discussion here now. Just a couple of points. One, first of all, on the issue of definition. I mean, the pragmatic approach that the SCF took on the issue of definition was the onion, because that kind of rather than us trying to push a certain definition at the members and the wider community that this is what the climate finance would say, these are the different layers of climate related flows, and then it kind of I mean, it's a tool that helps you to understand the debate. It doesn't try to be the final answer on anything really. The second point I wanted to make at this point is I mean, I always think, and this is like a reading tool to the SCF technical report. I always think that the tables are the most interesting part of the report, because they kind of try to summarize and capture all the the very detailed information that you have in the report in a format that you can actually grasp very quickly, and that then goes to the issue of definitions, for example, and the reporting approaches that the different data providers and aggregators are using. Okay, now I have Ivan followed by Paul. Ivan, please.
Thank you. First of all, I apologize for not being clear enough. By any means, I was not suggesting to define climate finance in a top-down fashion. However, I was just using elements that are already there in the report. For example, there is mention of development finance and climate-related development finance as defined by the OECD. And at the same time, multilateral financial institutions make this distinction. So, in order to anticipate to future needs for this committee, I think we have to start working on how, for example, we can describe trends of climate financing demand that, as Peter said, should be nationally defined, and it's obviously, and that comes from the nationally determined contributions, but at the same time, we should describe the trends of climate finance supply. And that's something, I'm not saying that we have to define, but if we at least have some case studies from the information we already have about how, for example, multilateral financial institutions have been changing either the definition or the proportion of development financing and climate-related development financing between the different biannual reports. That's something that is going to show us how climate finance supply is moving forward. I think I'm not talking about imposing a definition, but just using the definition they already gave in the past, in the recent past and today, so we can have a better understanding of how things are moving in the future. That's why I was proposing something that will be complementary to, for example, figure 3.9, which shows a snapshot of global climate finance in context. It would be great to have not just a snapshot that is frozen in time, but to see how this landscape has been evolving as compared with previous biannual reports. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Paul, please.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important not to confuse climate expenditures and climate statistics and climate accounting with the expectations of the developing countries in receiving climate finance in accordance with Article 4 of the Convention, the Framework Convention on Climate Change, as reiterated in the Paris Agreement. And I just came from the pre-COP in Breakout, and in the group that was discussing finance, there was a distinct tendency to talk about the 100 billions in terms of accounting reports, and what the developing countries are waiting for to be able to undertake the investments to do their part in the struggle to obtain a limit of 1.5 degrees and to adapt their countries to the onslaught of climate change even at 1 degree, the reality we're now living. They expect new, additional, and accessible resources. See, the problem with these accounting procedures that they were talking about is that they're retrospective by definition, not prospective. And they only tell half the story. How much a country A spent, how much country B spent, how much country C spent, all of them with different criteria of climate finance that we've been discussing here this morning. But it's only half the story. But quite fortunately, Luca Pacioli solved this problem in 1494 when he published the guidelines to double entry bookkeeping. And the guidelines to double entry accounting, on this case, the second entry would be where the money went and hopefully what it was used for. And to add Dr. Omar's corollary, what impact did it have in terms of climate change, in terms of reducing emissions? But just saying that country A spent so much, country B so much, and country C so much falls far short of even a decent accounting exercise. Given that Pacioli gave us the tools beginning in 1494, so need to catch up. So the thing is that that even this is not sufficient if those funds were not accessible. So what good is it for country X if they have all these statistics and all these accounting and there was no chance for them to accede to those funds, or there's no chance for them to accede for them in the future? So it's useless for them. It's not climate finance for them. And we all, many of us experience this, not all of us, with the initial fast start financing that came out of Copenhagen, the famous 30 billion, 10 billion a year for 3 years. Some countries received that. Some of the small island states in the Pacific and the Indian Ocean received funds from Australia and New Zealand. Some European countries contributed too, and others didn't. But for some of us, this fast start finance passed so fast we didn't even see it pass. And what we got were, at best, some accounting reports from some countries that said, we spent so much in your country. Got one from one country in Europe, and went back to my country, and no one have heard of the NGOs that they spent the money with, which were from 2 European countries. But not in the Ministry of Interior that registers NGOs, not in the Environment Ministry. No one had ever heard of this, so there was a distrust. And another one had the funds that they put into Jeff, and the funds that they put in to adaptation fund were the financing that we were supposed to have received, which we didn't, just because they put it into those funds. So this accounting thing is really dicey. And the latest iteration of this was the OECD report of the progress towards the 100 billion that a whole series of NGOs tore apart, because it was like having the mixer and putting in the fruit and putting in the vegetables, everything you could find, and mixing it up, and it didn't cut any ice. So I think that new, additional, accessible funding is a category that's especially important, because that's where we can get the new investment the world needs now to be able to follow the pathway to the 1.5 degrees, and for the developing countries to have the finance to be able to contribute to that process. This means that the financial mechanism of the convention is extremely relevant, because that is where there can be new additional funding that is accessible from all of the countries in the developing world. And here is where reality, in the reality test, the litmus test, will be the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. This is not in the distant future. This is in 2019 that will take place, and we'll see what the reality is in terms of the social will, the political will to finance mitigation and adaptation in the developing countries. So I place an enormous importance on that replenishment. And of course, I don't have to be transparent and say I'm the co-chair of the Green Climate Fund this year, so I do have a special interest in that. But I will declare that and say that that doesn't reduce in one iota my view of the importance that this has for establishing the credibility of climate finance, that replenishment be a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Randy, did you want to come back? Or no? Okay, fine, because anyone who speaks now is kind of keeping us from the coffee break. So with those words, and I'm kind of looking at Athena because you are sort of the first one I can see that. Did you want, on behalf of the BA technical team, just to sort of, provide your 2 cents on what is it that you really want from us over these 3 days that we have here, and also noting that it seems that the SCF members are really ready to now engage on the substantive discussion on the BA. So I'll ask Athena, and then I'll ask Saini to wrap up, and then we'll break for coffee.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. This is Athena on behalf of the BA team. First of all, thank you for all the comments. We've received written comments, but also we've had bilateral dialogues with you, including during the technical workshop in Bangkok. You may not see us responding to those in the summary, but we have updated a lot of the sections in the actual third order draft of the report. And I know it's excruciating, but for some of us who are climate finance wonks, it's very, very exciting, I tell you. It's weird to be excited about climate finance flows. But for some of us who have been doing this at the technical level, there's way more sophistication and enthusiasm in reporting, in transparency issues. And we've had a lot of interaction also with countries. So Leah's point about case studies and bringing in a lot of the experiences from the countries, we decided to do that here because there's a lot happening in countries which we have not been able to capture in the past BA. So from our side, I mean, look, this is your flagship report, right? And this is going to be presented to the COP. So we would like some guidance from you on the priority messages that you want to convey to the world, not just to the COP. And we could use a little bit more granular details on what those issues are. We've presented, I think we've listened to you today. We've heard emphasis on, obviously the onion is there. Vicky has also mentioned methodologies, some of the recipient country examples. So we want some very clear guidance from you on what you see in the summary recommendation. I think the other thing is that the last 2 pages of the draft summary recommendations is obviously very, very draft format. We put some headings there, but we don't know whether those headings work for you. This is supposed to be also a BA that highlights trends and new information and new things we're learning. So we could use a little bit more information on that. And again, I would echo what Uti said is we've put in a lot more of the landscape check in the annexes. That's why the annexes are so long. But the conversation just now reminded us that that's actually work in progress. We could be updating those tables forever. But I think that's a really, really good source of information if you don't have time to read the 200 pages or so of text. So headings during the in the last section on recommendations, and then priority messages that you want to see in the first 2 parts of the summary.
Thank you, Athena. Do any of the other observers in the room wish to take the floor? Doesn't seem to be the case. Excellent. So then I'll ask Saini to just to wrap up on what you've heard and how we'll then sort of take this forward in the breakout groups, and then we'll break for coffee.
No, thank you to all colleagues. I think this was quite useful, and I think we are walking on the footsteps of Pacioli, because you're having more and more developing countries reporting. So that's the new element, the recipient side. I said about 32 countries in the BU are clearly, there is more guidance which is needed to have a more systematic or standardized approaches, maybe even in the reporting format, so that you can do a better job with the information that you get from there. But at least that trend has started, so you start to get the perspective coming from countries. I've also registered the importance of trying to assess the impacts of all that finance which is flowing, and comparing that to the different objectives in the Convention and Paris Agreement, as well as I think the work on the climate rationale. I also took the point of, how do you ensure that at the same time work which is happening in relevant fora is taking into account, and you don't also take everything which is out there. But I cannot see work happening in operating entities of the UNFCCC not being relevant to our work. We are the policy advisor maybe of the COP. We are going to be working on drafting guidance to those operating entities actually at the same time. So we cannot but be mindful and see what's happening there and how relevant our work or that work is to what we're doing here. And actually, what the trend I see is not even the GCF, and I'm paraphrasing Randy here, it's not even the GCF trying to become the World Bank. It seems that it's the other way around. It's all the development institutions trying to be climate finance institutions or climate relevant or climate compatible. The one I'm most familiar with is the Agence Française de Développement, which is
in its 2017-2022 strategy wants to be 100% Paris compatible. So, I mean, this is reality. It's not, so it's actually you're getting more and more development agencies, MDBs, having climate goals, having climate objectives on the flows, on the overall strategic level. So it's not just putting a bit of climate finance on top of the activities, being, Paris compatible. So it's quite exciting. That's true. It's going to raise a lot more methodological issues, but I think it's good for the process, and the SCF should now maybe try. So that's maybe for the next report, but already in the recommendation we can allude to that. But try to anticipate some of the emerging trends, so that we instead of playing catch up, we sort of identify already some of the issues. But thank you all for all the good points. We're taking good notes.
Yes, thank you very much, Saini. Thank you everyone for a very sort of substantive engagement on the BA. We'll now take a 10-minute coffee break, and Ayman will make sure that we take no more than 10 minutes. Also, Landa tells me that all observers who want a copy of the SIG technical report, a paper copy, please make yourself known to the Secretariat. You can get a copy. You should do that now, because we're going to discuss it this afternoon. Ayman, please.
Just before you go to break, one backing item I missed to mention when we talked about the replacement of members of the committee. Please remind your constituency chairs to report the new candidates for the new term for the SCF membership. As you all know, all our membership will end by the end of this year, and we need to receive the new candidates, please, for the next term. So please remind your constituency chairs to submit the new candidates to the Secretariat ASAP. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back. We're not doing so well on time, we're really behind. So hopefully we can make it up now on this next agenda item. But before we go to the next agenda item, we have two observers joined us on Skype. I'd like to give them the floor to introduce themselves as well. Tobias and Dana, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
All right. We can see you. Go ahead, please. You need to unmute.
So, okay. My name is Dayina Sheger. I'm the focal point for Youngo, the youth constituency of youth at the UNFCCC process, and I'm representing youth for this meeting of the Standing Committee of Finance. Thank you very much for having me.
Welcome aboard. You're representing who, you said?
Youngo.
Excellent, excellent. Welcome aboard. Thank you very much. Tobias?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Tobias Kress. I'm with the Farmers constituency. I'm with the World Farmers Organization, and within the World Farmers Organization working with the Danish Agriculture and Food Council based in Brussels. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate virtually in the Standing Committee on Finance.
Excellent. Welcome aboard. Pleasure to have you all on Skype, and we look forward to your active engagement. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the, do we have a quorum in the room?
We're missing people, but we have a quorum.
All right. We have a quorum? All right, so we continue since we have a quorum. The next agenda item is agenda item 3, the draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism. We'd like to thank the co-facilitators for their intersessional work. I'd like also to warmly welcome the representatives of GEF and GCF Secretariat present during this meeting, and we look forward to engaging with them actively over the coming days in developing the SCF recommendations related to the draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanisms. I'd now like to give the floor to the co-facilitators to give an update on the intersessional work they have conducted related to the operating entities of the financial mechanism, as well as to provide an update on the engagement with other constituted bodies on the issue of draft guidance to the operating entities. Leah and Vicky, are you ready? All right, Leah, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And I will start by giving an overview of kind of orienting what the process is for newly joining SCF members or replacement members like myself. So first, the Standing Committee on Finance prepares draft guidance based on the inputs received from parties, the Adaptation Committee and the TEC. And the inputs are prepared based on the annual reports of the operating entities, which were circulated in mid-August with updates forthcoming. Based on the inputs received, the co-facilitators prepare a consolidated draft text for the consideration of the SCF. During this process, the inputs are cross-checked against the database of past guidance to the operating entities to make sure that they're not repetitive and that they're consistent with the mandates. And the secretariats of the operating entities are also consulted. And so we'd like to thank Chisholm, so for the new members, for the Global Environment Facility, and Raj for the Green Climate Fund, who are sitting over there. Based on the co-facilitators draft text, the SCF further consolidates and refines any additional inputs received and finalizes the draft guidance to be included in the annual report of the Standing Committee to the COP. So in terms of the slide that we have before us at the moment, in the preparation of this draft guidance, we received inputs from one party, so the EU, Can we go to the next slide? Oh, no, that's okay. You can reverse, sorry. 3 SCF members and the Adaptation Committee and the TEC. So those are the 2 bodies that we consult with on the preparation of the draft guidance. So the inputs are available in the annex to the SCF background document as they were submitted. And we'd like to thank Randy for additional submission this morning, which has been circulated. So then during the intersessional period, we prepared this annotated draft decision text, which shows basically the submissions that we received and the draft decision that has been prepared, and that has some notes to help you guide through it. This text was circulated on the 23rd of October. We hope it serves as a tool to help show the consolidation and the refinement of the inputs received in a transparent way. So this includes specifically around the technical correction of the language and the streamlining grouping of the items where appropriate. We hope that focusing on fast forwarding between today and tomorrow, and then for Wednesday to have a clean draft decision text that the Standing Committee of Finance can submit to the COP without annotations, and that it reads coherent and very clear. Finally, I just want to note that we received only inputs from the developed country members, and that it's important that we get more input from the developing country constituency. Now onto the second slide. Thank you. So just to show that we basically, looking at our schedule here, Vicky and I wanted to highlight that we have 3 sessions. So that is after lunch today, and then we have 2 tomorrow. And then at the end of tomorrow, we hope to conclude the draft for adoption on the first session on Wednesday. So we really look forward to using our time efficiently in the breakout groups. Hope we do get some attendance in rivalry with the biennial assessment. And thank you to colleagues. And I'll hand if my co-facilitator wants to add anything. Thanks.
No, it's perfect. Thank you.
Vicky, please, you want to add?
I think, well, like she said, we really look forward to the breakout groups to get into the nitty gritty of it. And we take it really as our goal to have, like we were mandated by the co-chairs, to have 2 draft decisions ready by Wednesday, fully agreed by the SCF. And that's what we will aim to do. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the report and the update. We look forward to coming up with clean texts by the committee here for the consideration of the COP on the draft guidance. Under your leadership, I'm sure we'll be able to reach a clean text by after tomorrow, I hope. With that, I'd like to open the floor for any reactions. And also I'd like to ask you, did you receive any input from anyone after the conclusion of the GCF 21st board meeting?
We haven't received input as yet, and also except for Randy's. However, the GCF board meeting report is not yet publicly available.
Okay, but there was an input?
I'll hand over to the Secretariat for an update.
The report on the GCF. Literally 5 minutes.
So you just received the GCF is not so good at reporting there. They just send their, we know whom to blame for now. All right. The floor is open. Anybody wishes to reflect? Randy, you wanted the floor? Please.
Thank you very much and for giving the floor. And my predecessor, Mr. Idu, made a comment on this draft guidance. And thank you very much for co-facilitating and consolidating relevant comments from us. And Japan consider that improvement access to the GCF and also enhanced cooperation on the private sector would be commended. So based on that assumption, understand it, we made a three input to this draft guidance, and I'm looking forward to joining the drafting process afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We look forward to active engagement of all members as well as the observers. Yes, please. Yes, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. During the 18th SCF meeting, we discussed ways to improve accessibility and transparency of information on each project on the GCF website. The funding proposals approved in the 21st GCF board meeting were uploaded in less than a week. I think the GCF Secretariat is taking care of this work quickly. The process and timing of the replenishment were decided at the 21st board meeting in Bahrain. I think the decision was very important and timely. The demand from developing countries is growing, and the IPCC report has also pointed out action as an urgent issue. According to the statement, the kick-off meeting will begin next month. I hope the SCF meeting will be more productive to provide a clear guidance to the replenishment discussion next year. Furthermore, I hope that the discussion will take place in a way that considers rationalization of the GCF decision-making structure and the purpose of GCF establishment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your comments. Peter, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I also provided some input for the guidance, and I'm looking forward to discuss. And unfortunately, I won't be able to join the breakout group today, but afterwards. And I just wanted to say that I think it's very useful that we have this discussion here, but I also voiced in the past some concern about the whole process where we have discussions here, we come up with draft guidance, it goes to the COP, and then it's broken open again, and it's all off the table. And I really hope that this time we can show that we can have good guidance, which is then the basis for a discussion at the COP, and will really take us a step forward. And in this process, really look at, so what kind of guidance have we given in the past, and what is our mandate in terms of providing guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Indeed, we just want to have very quick reflections here, and then the more substantive, in-depth discussions will take place in the breakout groups. Actually, we will have 3 breakout slots for discussion on this matter. 1 today and 2 tomorrow, so we look forward to making good use of those time slots. And we also would like to encourage, all of us to really engage with the objective of coming up with a clean text. It has always been a challenge for us at the SCF to come up with clean text when it comes to the draft guidance, and we push just the struggle to the COP, and then we come again to the COP to negotiate there. So it would be good if we can do that here, so that we save much of the time at the COP. Anybody else wishes to take the floor? Observers? Skype observers? Nope. All right. From Skype, somebody is calling for the floor. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Tobias Geis from the Farmers constituency. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity to express our views. We have had a process. We looked into the Green Climate Fund and its accredited entities. For the time being, the number of accredited entities is growing, which is a good thing. However, when one looks at the kind and nature of the accredited entities, it is a concern for us that most of them are governmental institutions, also international banks. There are also, which is a good thing, NGOs amongst the accredited entities. However, for the time being, we see a lack of accredited entities springing from agriculture, and this is a pity since when one looks at the the focus areas that the Green Climate Fund is dealing with, both on the adaptation and on the mitigation side, there is, and we appreciate this, a significant focus on agriculture and food production. So we would urge this to be something to reflect upon, on how to engage this constituency and well, there are farm organizations, there are also agri cooperatives and other bodies, there are research agricultural advisory services in different countries across the world. Of course, the fact that none of these are accredited also points to certain difficulties on within this constituency and to perhaps a lower a more fragmented organization. So it's completely understandable. However, we hope that it might be something that will be receive some kind of political attention, and in return we also would like to engage ourselves to try to bring possible actors to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's well noted. Appreciate it. All right, there is no call for the floor. I'd like to now move on. Before we turn on to the next item, I'd like to remind the SCF members that they may wish to know that the SCF co-chairs will be invited to the third annual meeting between the GCF board co-chairs and the UNFCCC constituted bodies. This meeting will take place at CUB 24. I'd like to invite the representative of the GCF Secretariat to share any updates regarding this meeting and possible expectations from the SCF. So please, Raj, please, anything you want to share with us?
Not much. Morning, members and observers.
Could you, if you don't mind, come to the mic?
Good morning, SCF members and observers. Just maybe a brief update, as the co-chair just mentioned, that pursuant to the board decision taken at B13, every year the GCF organises an annual meeting with the constituted bodies under the convention, where the co-chairs or the chairs of those bodies will be invited. Other members of those bodies are also able to attend. The agenda at the moment is being discussed with the UNFCCC Secretariat, with the GCF co-chairs as well, and will be issued in due course, and we look forward to everyone participating to enrich the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raj, for that. So this is going to happen, and if there is anything you wish to communicate to the co-chairs for their discussion with the GCF co-chairs, please feel free to do so. With that, I'd like to now move on to the next agenda item. Any further comments on the draft guidance? Take the discussion to the breakout group, and we look forward to having active engagement there. But Paul.
I was about to say there's 3.5 hours in the breakout groups, right?
Yes.
To go into depth on that.
Sure, we'll do. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to hand over to Oti, please. Oti.
Thank you, Ayman. And now, so the next item that we would take up here in plenary is the item number 5, which is the theme for the next SCF forum. So first of all, I really want to thank our forum champions who've delivered in the past, and we're looking forward to them delivering again. So want to thank Mohammed Nazir and Peter Terstra for their very extensive work on this matter. As you can see from the schedule we have prepared for this meeting, we have allocated 2 breakout groups or breakout sort of discussions on this matter, one today and one tomorrow. However, should you be very productive and only need one of those slots, please do let us know, and then we can sort of take away one of your slots and allocate it to one of the other priority areas that are not delivering as efficiently as you two. Now, we want to also encourage you to actively engage with everyone in the room and also outside the room in order to ensure that we can finalize the deliberations on this matter so that the SCF could sign off on whatever the SCF proposes on the next forum. So I'd like to give the floor to Mohammed and Peter to recap the discussions at the SCF 18 and also to brief us on intersessional work undertaking thereafter. I believe it's Peter to start. Yep.
Yes, thank you very much. And yeah, we'll see if we can be efficient and try to keep this to one session. If not, we have two planned. So, but yeah, thank you very much. The slide is up. So we had a discussion on the theme of the forum during the last SCF meeting, and there we settled on a sort of draft theme, which would be around cities. So we considered sustainable cities as a possible theme, and sustainable transportation, water infrastructure as sub-themes, and we also considered capacity building, gender, youth as cross-cutting themes. And during the previous meeting, we agreed to have a call or issue a call for inputs for the possible theme, the open call for inputs on the theme. And also to prepare a note for this meeting, which you have in front of you. So on the intersessional work, we received a total of 5 submissions, which are really very much appreciated from a number of groups. So we received inputs from C40, European Investment Bank, ICLE, WeDo, and Yongo. And I know some of those organizations are here in the room, so we really appreciate their views and inputs. And we noticed that everybody built upon the theme of sustainable cities. All the submissions can be found in the annex to the background note. And so the submissions also highlighted that gender, capacity building, and youth could be cross-cutting issues rather than standalone topics as a forum. And also there were suggestions for possible events that the forum could partner with, which I think is a good practice that we have to partner the forum with something else. And so, based on what we received and the discussions we had before, our proposal is that the theme of the next forum to be climate finance and sustainable cities, and then we have 4 subtopics, which is financing low emission development, financing climate resilient cities, capacity building of local authorities, and facilitating a transition toward inclusive, participatory, and gender responsive cities, all around finance, focus on the financial aspects of that. So we're not talking about capacity building in general, but specifically on finance. So on the next slide, you'll see some of the proposals that we had for possible events that we could partner with as SCF. And that's another thing that we should consider. During the previous meeting, there was sort of willingness or request to have something in the Global South as a partner event. We also need to take into account that we can't organize it in January or February because we need some time to put things together. So I think it's a balance between where and what is a good event that we could partner with, where some of our partners that we would like to have at the forum will also be. And so we have this list, and actually there's a second slide. Well, so we have the Women for Climate. Well, you can have a look at them, and I think there's some opportunities there that we could definitely look at into partnering with. And if there are other suggestions that people might know of other events, then we're always open to receive those. So which is on the next slide. So what are we doing here? So we have to take a decision, or it would be good if we could take a decision on the theme for the next forum, so we can forward that to the COP. Also to identify a partner event that we could be organized in conjunction with, and then also agree on the intersessional work that is needed in order to put the forum together. So so we have an hour today and 2 breakout sessions. So we have 2 breakout sessions this afternoon and tomorrow morning, see if we need them. And we're looking forward to your engagement also from observers in that discussion on how to shape the forum. Thank you very much. Mohammed, I don't know if you have anything.
Thank you, Peter. Mohammed? Nope. SCF members, anyone wishes to take the floor now? Also noting that there's, the substantive discussion will then take place later this afternoon in the breakout group. Paul, please.
I just wish two things. One, to inform that the pre-COP and Krakow, this was one of the major themes, the cities, together with eco-mobility and also the future of energy. Those were the 3 main themes in the pre-COP, and I think the sub-themes are excellent. Now, taking on the cities in the developing countries is far more challenging than in the developed world. And it reminds me of why a very senior engineer, once when I had the indiscretion to speak about when Managua was developed, and to speak in the future when Managua was developed. And the senior engineer explained to me why Managua will never develop. And he said, it will never develop because we're working now to get the infrastructure for a city of 800,000 people. We're working feverishly to achieve that. When we achieve that, Managua will have 1 million people. And then we'll work on the infrastructure for a city of 1 million people. And when we achieve that, it'll have 1,300,000 people. And we'll be ever further behind in terms of achieving the development of these cities. So getting into the themes of sustainable cities in the developing world, you have to deal with these different tectonic plates or these different geological strata of the different times the city was built across time. And it's not just a matter of changing the building code and upgrading the requirements for energy efficiency and insulation efficiency and these types of things and reaping the dividends. So I think it's a major challenge for our countries, and it would be very good to get insights and above all financing for these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Mohammed, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Peter, for the presentation. Just 2 very quick points. Of course, coming from a city with 20 million living in it is, I mean, I can see the challenges every day. But in the GCF, in the last meeting, I think that there was an approval by the board for a sustainable transport project. And I think and there was another one with the EBRD on sustainable cities, a programmatic approach. So I think there is an increasing trend in the world, like understanding how can cities really achieve towards like achieving the climate goals, and that's why I think it's good that we start working on that and take into consideration the development that is happening somewhere in the real world, and we take it from there into providing a space for discussions. Into I think one of the main issues is the accessing climate finance. So we'll see how it goes in the discussion in the breakouts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Anyone else? I understand some of the Skype observers would like to take the floor, so perhaps we take their input now, and then we invite also the observers in the room to take the floor. So the Skype ones first. I don't know how do you manage this? So anyone on Skype, speak now, please. Can't believe that there's, in this day and age, there's no one on Skype at the moment. So, but of course, with the webcast, there's a 30-second delay, so that doesn't sort of apply to that. So, do anyone of the
until somebody comes up, can I?
Yes, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm in person, not on Skype.
Is there any chances for the GCF to be a partner in this forum? We could invite the GCF because we just approved funding proposal, and the GCF might be a good partner for us in this forum. Have you thought about that, perhaps? Just a question.
could definitely take that on board also, but realizing that the last SCF forum was in conjunction with SCF, the GCF already, but yeah, a good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take Vicky, and then I know that there are at least two of the observers in the room who wish to speak. So Vicky first. No.
I'm just speaking now because I don't have a chance to go to any of the breakout groups on this. I do want to thank the champions, as you call them, for this hard work. I think the proposal coming out of this is a very good one. I also looked at the different proposals, and there is some, and that's also shown on the table, that there are some proposals still a bit more fluffy than others, I would say, probably because that much details are not available yet. But for instance, there's a ICLE African, which sounds very interesting. Although I mean it's local, but it could be it could be a good opportunity. So I wonder if during the breakout groups, those who came with the proposals could also provide more details, because that would help making a good decision on it. Thank you.
Yeah, and certainly that would be extremely helpful if we have a very active participation from the observers in the breakout group. So and also, I mean, since we've had the forums in, there's no sort of mandated regional rotation, but it does sort of make sense to have it in the various regions, so that they're not all in one place. Gentleman over there, please, and could you please just introduce yourself?
So thank you so much. I am from, my name is Jesus Alvarado, and I am from the Jungle representation to the UNFCCC. My point is actually in relation to the representative of the Netherlands, and it was actually to show appreciation in the actions that are being taken to organize events in relation to capacity building, and that are both sensitive to the youth and to on a gender basis also. And in that regard, he mentioned that there could be also opportunities to liaise and coordinate with other organizations. And I think a good way, also in the context of the UN policy coherence, could be to liaise with the Secretary General's, the UN Secretary General, Special Envoy for the Youth. And in that relation, that could both strengthen the Standing Committee on Finance work in relation to capacity building, but also serves with the efforts of the UN for policy coordination and coherence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll take you first, and then I'll give the floor to Randy. So please.
Thank you. My name is Damien Avizet. I work for the French Development Agency, which is at the moment chairing the IDFC, which stands for International Development Finance Club. These are 20 or so national development banks, largely from the south, and as such they do finance cities in their home countries, and so there's a wealth of experience. And so I would just state that the IDFC would be ready to participate to the forum. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Randy, please.
Thanks, Uti. Yep, sorry to come back to the members commenting, but yeah, I think one issue that we've discussed, that the committee has discussed before, and that we've also discussed at the COP, to keep in mind on the issue of the forum is, I think many of us have expressed that it's just in terms of planning our own work and our own internal working modalities. It's suboptimal to do a BA and a forum in the same year, and these things can very easily just be staggered by 1 year. So I think, at least from our side, that will be a very important consideration that goes along with any decision of when and on what topic we would hold a next forum on. Would be that that we would also agree that then, in less than 12 months' time, because it really does seem that we're always planning a forum or agreeing on the messages from the last forum at any given meeting, even while we have tremendous amounts of work on the BA or in other important areas. So I think for us, that would be another important consideration, and important that we take a decision here on that issue as well, that we would not do these every single year, or at least not in years that we're doing a biennial assessment.
Thanks, Randy. Mohammed, please, followed by Paul. Mohammed.
Thank you so much, Uti. But in the questions and the elements that Peter has provided, we didn't have the discussion on are we having it every year or we are just discussing the substance. And then I think once we agree on the substance, then at a later stage, then we can discuss are we having this every year or every other year, and it's a bigger discussion. So I'm just listening to Randy's comments, and we do understand, and we heard the US position before of not having the forum every year, but I think the aim here is just to focus on the topic, agree on the elements, and then there's a different discussion on having it every year or every other year. And if we follow the logic that Randy was putting forward, then we'll be having a forum next year under answer committee, because there's no BA next year. But then the question will raise on the year after that. So let's take it like step by step and try to fix things step by step while we're moving forward, rather than packaging things in a package which we don't. I mean, let's focus on what we have, of course, while taking into full consideration of what Randy has mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul.
The climate finance can has been kicked down the road since Copenhagen in 2009, and it's pretty battered up by now. Its credibility is pretty low because kicking a can for 10 years is quite enough. And now the IPCC tells us we have to 2030 to put our act together and control the emissions, or it'll be irreversible that we'll go over 1.5 degrees, go to 2 degrees, 3 degrees, which is cataclysmic for the developing countries, which implies that the investments needed to put emissions under control must be done now. And we're already paying the price for the lost decade that began in 2009. And then an agreement was reached in Paris, to be sure, in 2015, beginning in 2020. So that, just seals the deal on a lost decade of 2010 to 2020. So I feel a sense of urgency and not postponing anything. And if we say it's not going to be next year, it's 2020. So and I think furthermore, apart from the urgency of getting climate finance in line for the different areas, including the cities, and turning the cities on to what the sources are, especially the developing country cities, which is what we're all about, right? And what the forum would be all about. We also have to take into consideration that this is not the time for this board, this committee, the Standing Committee on Finance, to become introverted and inward-looking and not have outreach. I think we have very little outreach. We have the BA and we have the forum, but the forum is really our interactive outreach to the climate change community and others. And given that we've varied the subjects very well across the years, I think we've reached different communities. And now the community of the cities is extremely important. And they have become organized too. There's this international organization of cities that Christiana Figueres is associated with. And ex-Mayor Bloomberg in the United States has some 85 cities organized into another coalition of cities. It's a very impressive list. It's the largest cities in the United States, many of which have larger budgets than some of our countries, mine, for example. So, there's a lot to be said for working with the cities in terms of getting lights for the developing country cities, but also in something like the replenishment. These cities can be the subnational units once the national units that have the obligation under Chapter 4, Article 4 of the Framework Convention have fulfilled their obligations, then they could be an additional source of financing. So I think that the cities is important, outreach by the Standing Committee on Finance is important, and to cease the practice of kicking the finance can down the road and coming to terms with it now so that we can get the investments that are necessary to put emissions under control by 2030. That's very difficult. It's very difficult, agreed, but very necessary also if we're going to be responsible in terms of the future of the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Erin, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just to pick up on a few things I've heard in the room. First, just to express our general support for the Sustainable Cities theme. We think it will be could be a very productive discussion, and also to voice our support for seeing the cross-cutting gender and youth themes throughout that discussion. We would also be very supportive of that. In terms of the timing, understanding that it may not be the right time to have this discussion, that Canada would also, though, generally be supportive of prioritizing work and our workload, and that we would generally support that the forum and the BA fall on alternating years, not to kick the can down the road, so to speak, but to ensure that our resources are focused and that our time is focused to these two very important things. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Paul, did you want to take the floor again?
That was a previous thought.
Okay, Mohammed then, new thought, please.
Thank you so much. And as colleagues have mentioned, we'll have this discussion later on, but just to highlight that during this year, we had the BA and we had the forum. And I'm sure we're having a very good document outcome of BA, and I assume that we had a very good forum. Not because I was one of the co-champions, but I think it was a good forum. So it happened, and we have seen it. We had in 1 year the two activities, and the two activities delivered, and they were very good. So we need to take this also into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks. Randy, new thought?
Yes. I mean, yes, whatever we do is always excellent, but just so we're always continuing to strive for excellence and fully fulfill our mandate here, I think we need to be very realistic. How many folks around the table have read the full technical report of the biennial assessment? How many? One. Let's say I'll vote for Saini in absence. Is he a Saini here? Probably second one, hopefully. How many folks have come to the table with thoughtful additions or edits on the summary and recommendations? This is supposed to be one of our big headline projects. And let's actually, be honest about what happened with the, at the last meeting when we, read the report from that forum. We didn't even really have time to come to consensus and identify key messages and key things that we wanted to highlight and draw out for the COP and any kind of actual substantive recommendations. We really didn't even have the time to engage on the material and the output from our own forum, even though while we complain that others don't fully appreciate the fruits of our work. So thankfully, I think we've still continued to produce high quality products, but I think we need to be very realistic and honest with ourselves that our level of ownership and I think the full, taking advantage of and disseminating all of our own work and our own products, we still have a lot that we can, we could grow a lot in that regard. And I think this type of arrangement and working modality would really be a key way of us being able to do that, of having everyone be able to put their focus on the BA in years we're doing the BA, and then have everyone be able to put their focus onto both developing and then also thinking, very deliberately about what we can do and with the messages that came out of our own forum and what's the best way to disseminate that information.
Okay, thank you. Now I believe one of the virtual participants wishes to comment. So over to Skype now, please.
And I would like to just add one more aspect to the theme of this coming Standing Committee on Finance. I would really think that making it a little bit more specific and involving youth will add more precision to it, like sustainable cities through youth engagement and empowerment. And empowerment, it could include education. So we all agree that youth education is such an important thing in terms of climate awareness, and as well as making sustainable cities possible. So this is just a suggestion, an idea for the theme for the next Standing Committee on Finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter, to react. Oh, Peter.
Yeah. I don't know if there are no other interventions, and yeah, thank you for all the comments, and we'll take those on board. And we're really looking forward to having a substantial discussion on the content of the next forum. I think it's a useful discussion to have about prioritization of our work and whether to organize it every year or biannually. There's no set like we have to do it every year, so it's good to have this discussion and see where we can best focus our our work. But for now, I think it's nobody said that we shouldn't have a forum next year, I believe. So the sooner we agree on the topics and the subtopics, the more efficient we can organize this forum and the better it will get. So really looking forward to having that discussion, and also we need to find another place where we probably have a discussion on whether we need to do it every year or biannually. But yeah, please. So thank you.
Paul, please.
I think that the success of the forums has been based on the dedication and energy of the members of this committee, who have assumed those responsibilities with great enthusiasm and great dedication, and have shown their capacity by networking and finding good partners to work with. And that's what has made this click. I would agree, if we don't have members who are willing to do that, then we would be heading towards failure. But if we have members that are willing to carry it forward, I think those of us who are not going to do the work should not impede those who want to do the work doing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anyone else wishing to take the floor now, so we can conclude the discussion on the forum, and indeed there will be then a breakout group this afternoon. So due to the brilliant co-chairing this morning by Ayman and myself, we're now ahead of schedule, and we can actually break for lunch almost at least 10 minutes before. Oh, Vicky, always you can count on someone wanting to. Okay, now Vicky's going to speak for the next 10 minutes, and then I'll give some housekeeping items on just where we'll be this afternoon and so on. So Vicky, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to apologize, but no, because I think I agree with the way forward on the forum that we should focus on a substantial and on the topic. But I've been looking at, other issues have been raised about do we need a biannual fora or we don't? And I'm just looking at our schedule where this for me would be something to also look into when we discuss our 2019 work plan. But I see that we actually only have 45 minutes time reading, not my strongest, on the report of the SCF to the COP, which I think includes the 2019 work plan. So and that's why I'm always very brief in my interventions. I think it might be good to see if we can dedicate a bit more time on this to actually allow agreement on this one, and that we also have exchange of views when we come to the work plan of 2019. So thanks.
No, that's a very good point, and we'll make sure that we will have actually a discussion in the plenary on the 2019 work plan, because I do think that is also something that the committee will need to sign off on. So we'll look at the schedule. Okay, now to housekeeping matters. So. So the schedule for this afternoon is that all of the afternoon, we're going to be in breakout groups. So when we continue after lunch, the rest of the afternoon, those interested in the BA will be staying in this room until the end of the day. We have, the tentative schedule says that until 5 p.m., but it's obviously at the discretion of the co-facilitators for the item to break at the point where they think is, that it makes sense from substantive point. Now, immediately after lunch, the other breakout group, that's the draft guidance on the operating entities, will be in room 110. I believe that's the fishbowl. Is that the fishbowl? No? It is. Okay, so it's a fishbowl.
It's an aquarium. That's not called fish.
What do you want to explain? What's the difference between a fishbowl and an aquarium?
She says aquarium, which is much more than a fishbowl, It's a question of status.
Okay, right. Okay, guidance in the aquarium with Leah and Vicky. You want to say that a little more? And then there'll be a coffee break, so you can continue in the breakout groups until about 3:45, at which point there would be a coffee break, and then there would be a second breakout group from 4 to tentatively to 5, and then the BA gang would still be in this room working on the biennial assessment, but at that point then Mohammed and Peter would take over the aquarium from Vicky and Leah, and then the topic would be the forum. Am I forgetting something? But that's still the aquarium. Yes. Okay. Apparently, the room number that I have in my briefing notes is wrong. So the correct address to the aquarium is VU111. Right. Okay. So we're going to break for lunch now, and we should then reconvene in an hour. Yes, Paul.
Do I take it from the switching of the topics that we're all going to discuss everything? Because here we have beginning a financial mechanism in the first place there, in the second place we have the biennial assessment. Then it switched around after the coffee break. Does that mean that the subject is going to shift or the rooms are going to shift? I don't understand what that means.
I think we've tried to simplify. I think what you have here is a complex way of presenting. So basically, the biennial assessment is going to be here immediately after the lunch, and both slots on biennial assessment are in this room. The aquarium, however, is going to be divided between the guidance. So Leah and Vicky are going to start with that, and then the aquarium will be taken over at 4 o'clock by Mohammed and Peter on the forum.
With the same people or different people? I'm trying to say, do we continue on the same subject or do we switch subjects?
That's
a given SCF member.
That's entirely at the discretion of the SCF member as to whether you whether you do, whether you want to focus on the guidance.
So this is complicated but flexible. It's flexible, complicated.
And confusing, obviously. Matthias, please.
Thanks. Sort of along those lines, I hope then that one would be excused for repeating suggestions which might have been made during a first session if you were not present at that session. So you will not be sort of going through the report chronologically, but you will actually be able to make comments along the way.
Absolutely. We are, Saini and I, certainly on the biennial assessment, we are very flexible, and we obviously understand that people will need to sort of move around from one room to another. And I'm sure that also applies to colleagues working on the guidance as well as on the forum, that we're extremely flexible, and we take the point that people will want to contribute to everything, not just the room that they happen to be at any given time. Paul, please. Okay, so we stop now. It's 1:45, so we reconvene at 1:45. BA gang over here, and then the guidance people in the aquarium. And Ivan says there are no sharks in the aquarium. Okay, so welcome to this afternoon of biennial assessment and overview of climate finance flows. Seems like we are the small group this time around, and everyone else has.
We're trying to recruit.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, yes. Marengland, go and recruit some more people as well, so that we can start. So the idea is to really focus on the summary and recommendations and get those to see how much progress we can make, but also then just to start off while recognizing that colleagues will have been busy with various other meetings and travel and so on, that we thought that we could ask the sort of the technical team to present to go through the summary very briefly, just to highlight on what we have sort of seen, we'll see emerging as the key messages, and then start the discussion on whether that balance is right, and are we missing something. Also, I know that some of the SCF colleagues and also some of the data providers and aggregators, they've also been commenting on the document, and perhaps also it would be very helpful to hear as to whether all of these sort of technical comments have been incorporated in the text that we have right now. Also, just to flag that obviously there's the technical report, and I hope everyone's got a copy of the report, also the observers, that was the idea, and also that you have a copy of the summary and recommendations. And if you don't have a copy of the summary and recommendations, then you should make yourself known to the Secretariat team. Kathy is there, so get a copy of that document from Kathy. That would be That would be good, because like we said at the outset in the morning, it's you can't discuss a text if you don't have the text. So, but yes, Fiona, please.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I just a very quick question. The copy that's just been handed out, does that differ significantly from the original version from the 9th of October? And if it does, perhaps when we're going through it, you can highlight where the differences are. Thank you.
Okay, just so thanks, Fiona. That's a good question to clarify at the outset. So obviously there was a version of the summary and recommendations that was circulated to the SCF earlier. Subsequently, we've had the webinars where the team has continued to work on the document, and indeed this is now sort of a new and improved version of the summary recommendations. But so indeed, now that we get the presentation, I think it will be good if then also the team highlights as to what are the in where exactly there have been changes from the previous version. So now I'll hand over the floor to is it Marengland or is it Charlene? Padraig. Okay, the team's kind of Athena.
Yeah, Patrick and then Charlene.
Okay, so Patrick and then Charlene have this sort of people here at the podium just sort of, looking at each other and look very confused. So, yes, Patrick, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So just to give you a quick overview of some of the main paragraphs, I think after the introductory sections of the summary, we get to the overview of finance flows. I think it's good to first start on the global numbers, which in the classic onion diagram is represented by the blue segments in the diagram. And they are very much derived from public and private sources of data and cover public and private investments. And it's good as an initial point to identify first how there are significant data gaps across different sectors globally about what is going in publicly and privately into these sectors. So some of the paragraphs, first paragraphs 8 and 9, for example, talk about what these data gaps are and the uncertainty. But in summary, on the public investment side, there's still a lot of data gaps on domestic investment from governments into climate change activities and solutions. We go into a bit of detail later on the paragraphs related to domestic climate finance, what those current numbers of countries that are reporting, but there are a lot of uncertainty due to the fact that there are a lot of different methodologies under implementation about how people calculate what their expenditures are on climate finance through domestic budgets. Then on the private side, there is a lot of gaps in private investment in kind of the very classic hard to define sectors such as agriculture, land use, water, infrastructure, adaptation and resilience more broadly. And there simply really isn't good data available on those areas. In the technical report draft, we've kind of tried to cast a wide as net as possible in identifying where numbers are out there, but if they didn't pass the kind of test in terms of data quality, we haven't included them in the global estimates. Where uncertainty is there in the private numbers, the private global investment numbers that are out there, it's often due to methodology changes as well. So one thing that has happened since the last biennial assessment report is that one of the largest segments of private and global investment is in energy efficiency, and the methodology to estimate that number has changed since the last biennial assessment, and we have a much lower figure than would have been the case otherwise. And so that has limited how we compare the global climate finance flow estimate over the years. Basically, we cannot go back further than 2014 due to that specific methodological change when we think about the global climate finance investment numbers. So that is one source of the uncertainty, but there are some other sources related to the definitions of what kind of climate projects are included, and the counting of investment costs and potential overlaps from different sources of data. I'll go on then to talk about more the other significant section of the summary and the technical report chapter itself, which is on the flows from developed to developing countries. Here we've updated to more recently the inputs from Annex 2 parties through their biennial reports, specifically the CTF tables. But also some other parties have submitted preliminary estimates of what their climate finance was in 2015 and 2016 as well. So we've included that in these updated numbers. And they are, for 2015 and 2016, 34 billion and 38 billion. But each of those totals are divided between assistance provided through bilateral, regional, and other channels, and on the other side, multilateral channels. And so we've also put in that number that just speaks specifically to the bilateral channels as well. And that is one of the elements in the green part of the onion diagram that is pulled out, is the total from the biennial reports that are through the bilateral, regional, and other channels. The other key element to that section is on the multilateral channels, obviously. There is the operating entities of the convention, what we term as the UN FCCC funds in the report, as well as other multilateral climate funds, the climate investment funds, etc. And so we've pulled out those numbers specifically and how they are reported from those entities. So those numbers would overlap with some data that is reported through the biennial reports by the Annex 2 parties. But we pulled them out specifically as coming from those multilateral climate funds in their own specific bubble in the onion diagram. Then the other key channel for multilateral flows is through the multilateral development banks. And we've put in what the total investment was to developing countries by multilateral development banks from their annual joint reports that they publish on climate finance. But as in the last BA, we have implemented 2 calculation methodologies about how to attribute that financing to Annex 2 parties. And so we have implemented the first one, which is around ownership shares through each multilateral development bank. The way the ownership or voting shares of the bank is split between countries varies between the banks, how they do it, but also in the quantity. So for Annex 2 countries, they can range from having 37% type voting share or ownership share to 95% in a given bank. And so we've applied those ratios per development bank to their climate finance flows and then weighted them as a group. And we've come up with a number that's approximately 75% in 2015 and 2016. And that is kind of how we've calculated the first method about attribution. The second method is following on from a coefficient that was used in the OECD report in 2015 on the 100 billion. That was also applied in the last biennial assessment. And that original report focused on 2013 and 2014 flows, and there hasn't been an update published yet on 2015 and 2016 flows using that method, but we've applied the same coefficient for the meantime, which is approximately 85%. And that method is a bit different from the previous one in that it calculates differences between replenishments and retained earnings, how Annex II countries operate on that basis, as well as the mobilization effect between callable capital and paid-in capital in the bank. So that is why you get a different or a higher coefficient in that method. So that's why in the multilateral development bank paragraph, I think it's paragraph 23, you see, 24, you see, a range there about what is attributed to Annex II countries. Then the other part of the attribution to non-Annex II countries, as it were, is covered in the South-South section of climate finance cooperation. That's a lot of the technical stuff, so I'll stop there and pass on to Charlene for the assessment.
Super, thanks a lot, Patrick, and great to be here, everyone. So I wanted to just build on what Athena kind of mentioned earlier by way of eliciting which are the most important parts to kind of draw out into the summary recommendations. So what I wanted to do is just very briefly run through the findings of the assessment chapter. I know that you all have them in front of you, so I'll be very brief in doing so. So we're talking about paragraph 34 onwards. So the assessment chapter itself looks predominantly at the multilateral climate change funds. It takes bilateral overseas development assistance committed that is climate related, and it looks at the MDB climate finance. And so predominantly it focuses on those three flows, and it does a variety of analyses to that end. And first of all, we find growing trends in climate finance year on year from previous BAs, and this is predominantly through the bilateral and the MDBs, and we find that multilateral climate fund finance is relatively stable. If you look further into the themes or the type of support, we find that there's an increase in flows that contribute towards both adaptation and mitigation. So we're seeing increase in the amount of flows that are actually cross-cutting, which makes it difficult to then understand the trends in terms of what's happening with the relative balance between adaptation and mitigation flows, recognizing, of course, that they're measured in different ways. We also look at the financial instruments, particularly for adaptation finance, where we find that grant finance remains, as in previous BAs, a key component of that finance, and mitigation finance in general is less grant-based and more based on concessional loans. In the regional findings, we find similar to previous biennial assessments that there is a focus, or Asia remains the largest recipient, but we recognize that we can't break that down into components of Asia based on the data, the underlying data that's provided there. What's new in this year's BA is that we've done some separate analysis on LDCs and SIDS. So there is also a finding there that considers how much are the flows going to LDCs and SIDS, and notes in particular that they have predominantly adaptation flows, particularly, for example, from the MDBs, wherein the adaptation finance is twice as high as that in their overall spending. The chapter then goes on to talk about the costs that are associated with management of climate finance that specifically flows through the multilateral climate change funds. The findings are not significantly different from previous biennial assessments, but they're useful for retain from an efficiency perspective and a cost perspective. There is then a section on the ownership of climate finance. We talk in that section about access, and within that there is assessment of the number of implementing entities that have been accredited to various funds, the amount of finance that's flowing through those particular entities. Before we talk about needs, what's the latest on needs assessments, where we find that we're still in early days and we can't do an analysis of provision against those needs yet, though work is kind of ongoing and emerging in that space. We have updated the analysis of impact, and this speaks specifically to the multilateral climate change funds where the data is most advanced. And we go through a number of climate funds looking at what they are measuring So for example, for mitigation, it's predominantly greenhouse gas emissions in megawatts. And for adaptation, we're seeing very much the beneficiaries. It recognizes the limitations of these approaches, as well as trying to quantify some of the proposed results against the achieved results there. It then also briefly mentions co-financing. Again, just trying to update the literature on what's out there, noting that there is a lot of different methods of measuring, and referring back to the content in Chapter 1 that talks predominantly about the methods. Then we move on to looking at climate finance flows that have been estimated in Chapter 2 that Padraig has talked about in the context of broader financial flows. This is perhaps the point, Fiona, where it differs from your previous version. The bubble diagram within that, that's figure 2, has been updated with a newer version. So we are trying to improve the bubble diagram over the course of this week, and we're looking forward to feedback on it as to how we might improve that. And I think the biggest change there was trying to achieve a better distinction between flows and stocks from what was in the previous biennial assessment, as well as trying to include a number of relevant sources through which to look at scale. And then the other new part of the assessment chapter would be looking in more detail at a number of considerations, more of a kind of a scene setting of what's happening around the consistency of broader financial flows with the Paris Agreement. So we talk about financial policy and regulation, fiscal policies, and public finance flows, and looking to the number of initiatives or actions that have been taken to that regard, although it's very clear within that we are by no means suggesting a framework or an interpretation of 2.1c. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Charlene. That was a very useful sort of run through of what we have in the summary recommendations, and just to the example that Charlene gave on what's changed since the previous version is precisely when we had the webinar and sort of discussed the bubbles diagram that what you have in front of you now. I think better reflects what we thought would be the appropriate for the summary recommendations. I think it would be useful now to get some general comments on the summary and recommendations, just to get an idea on, are we on the right track? And also, please, if you have provided some detailed comments in the past and you feel that they haven't been responded to, I think this would be a good time now to also make sure that that we sort of include all the input that either the members or the observers and data providers have provided. Yeah. So Peter, yes, thank you for breaking the ice.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I think the webinar was very useful, and also thank you for the chance to provide input on the report and on the recommendations. Yeah, my main focus will be on the recommendations. I think the report looks really good, and it's very good to read the results and also in the findings of the report. What I found missing in the recommendations is to further highlight some of the gaps of knowledge that we have and what needs working on, if it's correct English. And I think the main gap for me was in terms of the domestic finance flows, is that we know very little about those, and I think there's a real scope to enhance that information. I think as SCF, if we can help parties and think that through, how would that work? Where do we need to start? What do we need to do? And I think that's an important finding, that there is movement in that, but that there are still many gaps. And the other one is on the south-south flows and on reporting by parties that provide support on a voluntary basis. I think the report touches upon that, and it highlights a number of things, but the information on these kinds of flows is very scattered. But there's also a notion that they're increasing at the same time. From the little information that we have, that could have two reasons. Of course, one is that because we know more, we know that there is more, or there is actually more. more. But I think that is another thing that we should also highlight from the SCF and see if in future reports we can do more work on that and also ask parties to come forward with information, because we know there are a number of parties that have said that they would provide climate finance on a voluntary basis, but they have not reported on that. And I think that that's really hinders us in the discussions going forward on the needs assessment, on setting a new goal. If we don't know how much is actually out there in terms of support, then those discussions will be on very loose sand, I think. And I think the report does an excellent job in highlighting those issues, but they didn't come back into the recommendations, and I think they really should be in there. And I also would like to really recommend the report for taking a first stab at sort of the issue of shifting of financial flows and trying to tackle and see what this Article 2.1c actually entails and how did it work. I've been in very technical, detailed discussions on how we can monitor progress on 2.1c and net climate finance flows, and but I think the approach taken here is just looking at sort of a number of actors, number of flows, what is actually happening, putting some numbers next to that while not trying to be like all comprehensive, I think is a very right approach, and I really think it's a good start of this discussion, and also in the next BA, I think this provides a basis for further work on this. So I think that's a very good addition. But yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Anyone else? I mean, also feel free to reflect on what was the discussion we had this morning, and you know, was there something that should be lifted to the summary and recommendations? For example, the fact that we now have these case studies, which I think are very good, very interesting, but it's always very difficult to see, you know, how that could be then included in because I mean, you know, in the end of the day, I think the number of people who will go through the technical report in detail, given its wealth of information and all the detail, it's going to be very limited. So I'm just wondering that how we can make sure that we get all this material, that we give it the prominence it needs, and also maybe this is something that when we actually discuss the outreach strategy, that maybe, you know, the summary and recommendations is like one product, but would there then be some other ways of highlighting some of the other material, whether that is something that the SCF could do. Anyone else? Otherwise, I'll pick on Saini or Randy or Raphael or whoever I sort of I'll start by picking on Mo, please.
Thank you so much, and thanks a lot for the updates and the information. Just a couple of comments on the issue of challenges and limitations. I think it's, as I think Peter said, that we need to expand a little bit on that, and including when we mentioned the data gaps and uncertainty. One of the elements that I think I mentioned before, that there is still gaps in relation to flows of finance to specific sectors, which is kind of captured in paragraph 9, but it is mixed. So here it's like, if it talks about sustainable transport, then there is more efforts done in relation to electric vehicles. However, information on sources or on instruments for finance on public mass transit remains unreported. So I think we need to rephrase just to highlight, I mean, those elements, because as it stands, I mean, we talk about maybe like some of the sectors, we have a lot of sectors, but some of the main sectors, and then within each sector, we say, like in transport, for example, there is available information on electric cars, but yet on public transport, which is another main component, information is lacking, because this gives us gives an indication to whoever is going to work on data later on to take this into consideration. I haven't seen one on adaptation, and for example, I recall that sustainable agriculture, for example, is still an issue that is still being debated. So there is no clear definition on smart agriculture,
whenever it comes to the GCF, as because there is no definition, some members would say, well, don't label it as smart agriculture, just say agriculture. This is one of the elements I think we need also to highlight. So we need to have some sectors on that race to mitigation, also some sectors that are very much adaptation related, and highlight the gaps in there if this is available, and we put it in the summary for, and it looks like a summary for policymakers, but this is like the summary and recommendations, but it is the case. So this is, I think this is one. Another element, as was mentioned this morning, if you want to pick some of the success stories or the country examples from the report and bring it in, it has to be balanced in the sense of you cover all developing countries. So you have the SIDS, you have the LDCs, you have non-SIDS and LDCs, and you have the success stories and the challenges. So it's not biased towards like one direction or other, but to have like the bigger picture captured, and also to highlight some of the challenges specific countries would have, or specific regions, or stuff like that. On my last question, this figure 2, the climate finance in context. This relates to Article 2.1c, or this is in general, or this is in general. Okay, because I don't know if it's adaptation and mitigation put together, or this is because it does not differentiate. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think so. Those are the main points. I recall I'm trying to get this information out, and I don't know if you read that or not. I think in the IPCC 1.5 degree report, they were mentioning that the climate finance went down in 2 years and went up again. I'm just trying to get the information. I will get it, and please cross-check with the IPCC 1.5 degree report, because there was a mention on that it was going up, and then in 2015, 2016, I think it went down compared to the 2 previous years. So just to make sure that if it is there, it is captured and we respond to it. So, but I will check it. I will check this out. Thank you.
Okay. I think what we'll do, we'll always get a sort of few interventions, and then we'll make sure that then the team will respond to make sure that we capture it, because just in some ways, I think it's great that we have all this time here now but we also need to finalize this. So I think what we'll try to do is to get as much of the substantive comments that we can today, and then the team will at least sort of try to get a revised version for tomorrow, either with sort of specific changes, or with, in case you still need to sort of check data or whatever, with placeholders, so that we have so that we're kind of, working on the same text in almost like in real time, because otherwise it's going to become very difficult if by Wednesday we just have a collection of comments and we don't actually have an agreed product. So, Randy, did you want to just respond very quickly to the? No, you didn't. Okay, Ismo.
Thanks.
And welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry that I'm late, but you know how difficult it sometimes might be to leave Helsinki airport with all the de-icing of the airplane wings and so on. But here I am. So 3 brief comments. I think part of them are repeating some of my previous comments a little bit, but nevertheless, on this issue about South-South finance flows, the way I see the BA process is that we should also be trying to identify whether there are any trends in the climate finance flows. I mean, I think that's kind of like one of the key objectives, to see if we can see a pattern there. And I think the finding there, even if it is incomplete because of data gaps and so on, but I think the finding there is that South-South climate flows are increasing rapidly, and I think it would be important to try to dig a little bit deeper to that, if there is anything else we can say about it, because I think it's very important vis-a-vis this whole other objective of transformation, the transformational goal of the Paris Agreement, and what Peter mentioned about setting up the new goal by 2025, to see how these trends are evolving and what is out there, which new donors are coming to the game, and how those are affecting the bigger architecture. Then on the other hand, when it comes to Article 21C, yeah, this is a financial assessment, but then again, I think that there are other elements that are also related to Article 21C, like the European Commission has been proposing in Europe, other kind of like societal issues that perhaps in the context of the next BA we could discuss also, to see how those enabling factors are also related to accelerating the wider climate finance flows. And then third short comment, when we speak about this, and this is something I remember I've said it earlier, that when we speak about the levels of climate finance and whether it has been increasing at a slower pace now in this BA compared to the past, that might be the case, but then I think it would be very important to add to that sentence the other part of the equation, which is the harshly and fast decreasing unit cost of renewable energy and energy efficiency solutions. So if we speak about the climate finance flows in that context, my interest also would be to know what is the amount of gigawatt hours installed, and what has been the theoretical abatement of those climate finance, those investments, and how the finance has been, how much finance we have needed for those investments. And there I think the picture becomes totally different, because we can see that with the similar or with the 2% increased funding, we get 30 or 40% more action. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe I'll now ask the team to respond. I mean, there were some which were sort of very specific questions, including on whether the bubbles was trying to visualize 21C. Absolutely not. I mean, that would be my brief one. And specific answer is basically, it's really sort of trying to put it in context, the same one like we had in the 2016 biennial assessment, where we had the bubbles, but there were also specific questions on you know, if we were going to lift these, sort of highlight these case studies in the summary, that has to be very balanced. Is that something that the team can do? And there were loads of other questions also including related to basically to the impact as to what we get with the climate finance in terms of gigawatts installed or so on. So I'm looking at this, Athena, or who is going to start? Athena, please.
You go first. I can talk first.
Oh, Charlene.
Thanks, Oti. Yeah, I'll respond to a couple of comments, and then I can pass it on to other parts of the team. Impact is a very, very challenging question, and I appreciate that we all want to kind of get to the bottom of that, and we have found it very difficult to get lots of granular detail on impact. We've tried to report it as much as possible, but the way we managed to do it in the assessment chapter was to specifically take the multilateral climate change funds, because they are beginning to have much more of their results frameworks in place and starting to report on them. What's actually quite challenging with respect to your point around this time element is that a lot of results are cumulative. So they're reporting cumulative results across the lifespan of the fund. So what we don't have is a year-on-year figure that you could then potentially use to say, okay, well, these number of gigawatt hours will kind of, could potentially be loosely attributed to this amount of finance. So that's one of the challenges we have there. The broader challenge, of course, is that, climate funds are just one portion of the bigger picture. And but certainly, I mean, maybe there are other data sources, maybe there are other ways we could try to evolve that analysis, possibly not for this year, but going forward. That's a really useful and interesting point. And then just to say, yes, absolutely, with respect to the bubble diagram, this builds very much on the diagram that was in there in the previous year. What's the idea is to try and put the climate finance flows in context. So that's 681 billion, and I apologize that it's black and white, but there are color coding in the design version. The climate finance flows do include what we know about adaptation finance. The remainder of the bubbles with respect to context show data sources that are quite clear, and it is true that they are biased towards mitigation because we don't have the same kind of equivalent of green or brown in adaptation that you might have for mitigation. However, we're very willing to accept any other ideas or any other kind of flow, be they flows or stocks that people think are relevant to put this into context. Maybe I can just very briefly add a little bit more context on that. The bubbles that you see with the fuzzy edges are ones that are either assessments of how much might be needed, or they are potential costs, for example, with respect to real estate assets at risks or stranded assets. So they represent, these are not things that either kind of physically exist right now or are flows right now, but they are estimates or assessments of need or potential costs.
Just to briefly respond to Mo's suggestion of bringing in more country case studies, yes, and I take your point that maybe we should look at representing the different geographical priorities and differentiation there. I think what's interesting, which is probably relating to some of your South-South flows comment, Peter, is that the more we document sort of the growth and innovation happening at country level and how countries are setting up national level institutions, the more able they will be in capturing South-South flow. So, and we see this a lot, for example, in the Cambodia and the Philippine case studies, where there's a lot of Chinese investments happening both on the frankly carbon intensive side, but also on the clean energy and energy efficiency side. And I think we're beginning to see some of those examples as well in Africa. So we may not have examples from all the regions, Mo, but we'll come back and see whether we could dig up some more.
Thank you. Randy, let's start the second round of comments. And this time I really want the observers to take the floor again, and not picking. And yeah, exactly, the data providers, not trying to pick on anyone in particular, but Randy.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, just not really a new comment, just coming back on a comment that I think was one of Ismo's main points and the response. So Ismo was making a point about one of the things that's kind of a critical contextual factor that's not here is the idea about declining unit costs or declining technology costs, and offered as one option for getting at that, something about total installed gigawatts. So, and then hearing your response, so totally understand that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to expect that, for all the different types of flows that are captured in this report to get the kind of total installed capacity directly related to that amount of finance. But so I don't think that that's something that, obviously we expect, but I do think that this point has to be captured in here in some way. And I think there are probably other ways that we can, or other data that we can use to just make that very basic but critically important contextual point. I know that Bloomberg New Energy Finance, they both, they may have some of the same issue. I think they do total installed capacity in a given year, but I think that also might have the same problem that you were talking about, that's not directly relatable to investments that were, or deals that were signed and are executed in a given year. But we can see what they have there to see if they have something that data that's amenable to that type of, numerator, denominator, see what the how much you're getting for the amount of investment in any given year and how that's changed. But I know they also produce and track directly technology costs, so that avoids any kind of doing our own math, having to do any of our own math, and they directly report on trends, long-term trends in declining technology costs. So I think that might be useful and probably be pretty easy to find and include there.
Thanks.
Can I just quickly?
Absolutely. Yeah, just to respond, Randy, we have some of that captured in paragraph 20, and actually, I was just whispering to Marion Glenn, but it's the BNF data that probably we need to look at together with the climate scope data, because that's where some of the impact is captured in terms of declining costs. And we have a little bit of that information as well, Randy, in the overview chapter too. But we could expand on that a little bit more. Rafael?
I'm going to pick on, because we really need to get going on this. So why don't you tell us what you really think in terms of where we are and how to improve the product and how to make sure that the product also gets read.
Well, hi, hello everybody. Sorry I couldn't be here this morning. I'm here with my colleague Jens, who I think it's his first time at the SCF. He works with the Development Assistance Committee. It's a bit tough to comment on the executive summary. I haven't seen it before the start of like 15 minutes ago, so I can't really say much at this stage about that. Just to flag that, yes, we did provide comments on the second order draft. I flicked through the current version of the biennial assessment. I think there's specific things that we can perhaps discuss with the authors. One generic comment on and again, I'm not sure how that's reflected or not in the summary. But I feel that the way you've introduced, Padraig, the summary on the actual numbers starting with global and then going to north-south, I found very useful. And I lack a bit of that in the methodology chapter, which creates a bit, is conflating sometimes a bit different things. And that's perhaps one of the things we can explore, because I think the numbers are presented nicely, but the methodology chapter and the first one could sort of reflect a bit that structure as well. Start with big and then go to north-south to some extent, whereas now it's all focused on north-south. Again, I think, I don't know how you want to structure the discussion, and I think some things can be taken separately with the consultants. Perhaps if one thing on the executive summary or on the summary at this stage, since it's been discussed, the figure 2, I would personally not mix actual estimates with estimates of needs. I find that confusing. I think it's very useful to put the climate finance in perspective of estimates and whether flows or stocks of other broader flows, which, wanted or not, gets you a bit on 2.1c turf. But I find the inclusion of estimates of needs a bit confusing. Perhaps it deserves to be discussed separately, split. Either you can split the visual in 2 or have 2 visuals. I don't know, but that's just if you're asking a reaction on the summary, that's all I can do at the moment, because I need to absorb it perhaps and come back at the later stage.
Thank you, and indeed, take the point that a lot of colleagues have just seen this now, so it's a bit tricky to react. But if you could sort of provide your input or at least sort of more specific comments by tomorrow morning at the latest, then I think we can still sort of work with that kind of schedule. I think that's a good point in terms of. We're not exactly, while I think we have a lot of annexes in the report, but we're not exactly sort of overloaded with good visuals in terms of, the things that the snappy things that people will actually remember. So also, the more ideas that you have in terms of how it's sort of from the infographic side as to, how to present things visually so that they are clear and attractive. I think that kind of feedback is also very, very welcome. Padraig, you want to come in and then Smo. So Padraig, please.
Yeah, I think I can just speak a little bit more to the impact of what the finance is doing around the renewable energy numbers, particularly. So we found that investment for renewable energy goes up until 2015, and then it goes down in 2016. But also, if you look at then the additions of renewable energy projects as they become operational, they have still gone up every year, even in 2016. So when there is a kind of a confusion in the messaging when you start comparing the investment numbers with how much renewable energy capacity has become operational in a given year, and that is the case with some of the previous reports published with BNF data, Frankfurt School, as well as IRENA, and the issue with then saying let's try to get what is the financed capacity of the projects is, of course, some of that capacity may not come through through projects being delayed or being cancelled, and also a lot of the investment number is based on an assumption on the technology cost. So if the project is 50 megawatts, it assumes the investment number is 150 megawatts based on 150 million based on 3 million per megawatt technology cost. So it can be a bit complex to try to marry the investment number with how much capacity has financed, but we can look into it for the next few days to see what's possible. What we've usually tried to do is to take note of it separately, how the technology costs on a unit basis has gone down over the years, and how this is one of the drivers for some of the investment flows. So when you just look at renewables, that is one of the main drivers in 2016 why investments went down, but also on an almost equal basis, the other reason the investments went down is just because there were less projects and less capacity out there being financed. But what we found when we tried to do the global estimate is that that drop in the renewable energy investments was counteracted by the growth in energy efficiency estimates, as well as the electric vehicle growth as well. So they ended up cancelling each other out basically, and that's why you have very similar number from 2015 to 2016 for the global finance number.
Thanks, Patrick. Mo, please.
Thank you so much. One general comment, I think when we are talking about emission reductions, we are always focusing on renewable energy. And I see this even in the responses from the experts. And it is beyond that. I mean, we need to put something that says that mitigation goes beyond just renewable energy. Because yes, it is one of the main sources of emissions, but you have deforestation is very important. It's almost equal to emissions from fossil fuels. You have other sectors under energy that relate to fossil fuels, like transport, for example. I mean, the issue is, yes, you have energy production has been the main focus, but yet there are other sectors that has very high potential that is not yet captured. So I don't know why I get the sense that our narrative is always focusing, when we talk about mitigation, it is about energy. And as was mentioned now, yes, the cost of renewable energy has gone down and went down very significantly, and then the scale of finance or funding provided to renewable energy has gone down, and it has impacted the flows of finance. But this is not only because the prices went down, but because also other sectors were not tackled. And this is a very, very important message that we want to send out, that it is energy, yes, but now you have private sector, you have everybody going into energy sector, but you have very limited, I would say, very limited interested investments going on other sectors. And this is something that we need to highlight, rather than being like a report of the IEA or a report of other energy organizations. So we need to have this kind of balance. Yes, we want to highlight that, but we also want to highlight that there are other challenges. My second point is in the summary in relation to the 2.1c. I see there are two very long paragraphs there. It was not part of our mandate, so I would like to see this in the summary, just if possible, put it in one paragraph generic, straightforward paragraph, and then elements will go in the big report. People can look at the big report, because our focus here was not 2.1c, although it is important to start working, but it is not the main focus. Then just a quick question on, again, that relates to 2.1c, when there was an assessment of the capital, the stocks and the stock markets. The information you got was from UN sources or was from other sources? Because I know on two of the subheadings that you have here, like South-South cooperation and investments and stock markets, you have the UNCTAD, which has a lot of a wealth of information on that. Maybe they don't go in the details of is it climate finance or for South-South cooperation, is it climate finance or not, but they have, they are the main focal point within the UN for South-South cooperation, to my understanding. And they have also like the initiative for sustainable stock markets, and it has been going on for more than 10 years. So maybe when we have a discussion or when we have more information on 2.1c, we look at what has been happening there, because it seems that they are saying something that we are saying something opposite. They have been working on this for 10, 12 years and it hasn't delivered that much on the stock market. They have this indices and everything. And we are saying here that no, it is going forward. It is a very trendy thing, but I think there are two different messages coming from two UN organizations. I think those are the main points. Again, some of the challenges that I think we already sent as AGN some points on the challenges that we would like to see taken from the full report to the summary. And I think I will not go through them, so you can just look at what we have sent as Africa. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mo, and thank you for actually also to now getting into moving the discussion into really focusing on the recommendations, and this is exactly the kind of feedback that we need now today. Is on are the recommendations balanced? Is the focus right? I think one of my sort of personal sort of the observations was that perhaps it's not right to start with 2.1c from the outset of the recommendations. That maybe also we might also wish to look at what's the appropriate order of the recommendations to make sure that they sort of convey exactly that they convey the right message. But Peter, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just to react to that, I think I'm a bit confused because Mo said that it's not our mandate to talk about 2.1c and that it should be not reflected, I think, in the summary. But I think we agreed at the beginning that this would be part of the report, and I think the paragraphs that are there are a good reflection of what is in the report. And also, I don't see the inconsistency in messaging between the different UN agencies. We have different mandates. This is our mandate to talk about these kind of flows, and it goes broader than just from developed to developing countries. This is looking at all kinds of efforts that are being undertaken. So I think, I wouldn't be in favor of compressing this or reflected in a different way. I think it's well reflected at this moment and true to the mandate that I think we put for the BA at the beginning of this process. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And just just a word of process, that the way that we've prepared each one of the BAs is that we've all sort of prepared a very sort of detailed outline that's gone to the COP the year before the BA is published. So indeed the outline of the BA that went to COP 23, sort of this is one of the elements that was included there. So from that perspective, it's quite clear. But Mo, please.
Just to clarify to Peter, I know my English is not the best. I didn't say that you remove 2.1c from the summary, but I just said streamline the two paragraphs because it has a lot of elements that might not be the place, so we can streamline it into one paragraph. On the inconsistency, as it relates to the second paragraph in which is paragraph 32 or maybe 31. What I'm saying is that we are saying something here that there is a tendency to increase the work through the capital or the stock markets and the capital markets, while in some cases UNCTAD, which is the main body under the UN who's working on those initiatives, might be saying something else. So just what I'm saying is that cross-check with UNCTAD, so you are not getting two different messages from two different UN organizations. And with UNCTAD, there is initiatives, a lot of initiatives. They have even an annual, I think under the investment forum, they have, I think, annual meeting for the stock exchange. They have everybody there and they have initiatives. And so let's try to get the information from them if possible, and then we can use it. On the recommendations, can we encourage the relevant UN organizations to provide information to the parties? I mean, do we speak to them? This is one question, because if I look at paragraph 42 now, the recommendations. So can the COP encourage the relevant UN agencies to do that? I don't know, just a question on the agreed language from before. You can say whatever, but what is the mean of conveying the message? Or should we, the COP would encourage the SCF to establish this kind of linkage, because the SCF is the body under the COP which delivers or which assists the COP in doing that. So it should encourage the SCF to enhance its relation with the UN agencies that provide data and information. So this is my first point. You can, of course, we can encourage parties, that's fine. And then we encourage relevant institutions and experts, including from the private sector, to, which is H, 42H, to devise practical options for estimating and collecting data on private climate finance, taking into consideration ongoing work by the OECD research collaborative on tracking private climate finance and by the MDBs. I'm fine, but is there any other UN agency doing statistics? I mean, just not to feel biased towards the institutions that are outside of the UN system. Just I'm asking. I know, again, unfortunately or fortunately, I was in Geneva. I know UNCTAD is doing a lot of work on statistics. So I don't know if they have it or not. I mean, the experts can tell us. I mean, they were the ones digging in the information and the sources. So those are my points. I don't know if in the recommendations we want to have something that goes beyond a collection of data. To start or like to focus on the sectors that we don't have enough information about, or we don't have a wealth of information about, which would come from the paragraphs 8 and 9, I think, or the enhanced one, 8 and 9. And I put it to the group. I think it might be a good recommendation that if we are inviting other institutions, then they also would try to provide some information on those sectors that are missing, and stuff like that. So, or we only confine it to requesting or asking institutions that provide information to give us more information. Which one are we moving? Which direction are we taking? The ones that are giving information like OECD or other UN agencies to give us more detailed information, or we go a step further and say more detailed information in particular in sectors that don't have enough information, like transport, like agriculture, like, I mean, those related to adaptation.
I mean, my initial reaction would be that, that we would want to be more specific. I mean, I think that sort of adds value more rather than just a general encouragement that, do more. I do have I'm going to hand over co-chairing to Saini, so now I can sort of just say a few comments on my side. I always find this wording's a bit strange in terms of, we're sort of, the SCF invites the COP to consider number of recommendations, in which then in the recommendations they kind of request the SCF. It's kind of, is that the most elegant way that we can do it? I mean, it just seems odd. I think that would be one comment. Second one is that I'm wondering just how specific we want to be on some of them, and there's like a reference to the APA, which at least I guess some of us think is not going to exist after Katowice, that you know, do we really want to be that prescriptive? That you know, just some issues. But I'll now hand over to Saini to continue co-chairing.
Yeah, I think definitely we must think about rationalizing the number of rationalizing and clustering maybe the number of recommendation. That's, you know, my personal opinion. There are about maybe 10 recommendations to developing countries, the same amount of recommendation to the SCF itself, or asking the COP to, so I mean asking the COP to give us some work. I mean, if we don't need the COP to give us some work and we can give it to ourselves without that, you know, direct access, sort of fine. If we need an explicit mandate to do it, then let's be clear. But the experience has been, when we've been requesting mandate, I mean, it's not sure that it ever comes back. And when we have asked also we've asked for a mandate to be given to an institution, we must be very specific. But we have also, our experience has also been that the relevant institution or the relevant body doesn't self-appoint itself. So I think we might consider the whole way we give recommendation if we ever want those recommendations to be implemented. So, but in any case, I think we must think about rationalizing some of this, and because when you go through it, there's so many recommendations that you have a hard time prioritizing any of this. Maybe some are more priority, have a higher priority status than others. Some are more time bound maybe than others, but anyway, I'm just trying to stimulate the conversation in that manner when it comes to, when we get to that section. So I'm wondering if it would be, oh, there's a request. Fiona?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off if you were about to go. Okay, sure. I had a few overarching comments, and then I'll move down. I think overall it's an excellent report. Clearly a lot of work and thinking and planning has gone into this. I think it's incredibly useful, particularly the 2.1c elements, which are included for the first time, I see, because it not only presents or tries to present a clear as possible picture of global climate finance flows, and then from that we can see not just where the gaps are in terms of methodology, but where the gaps are in terms of investment as well, which is also incredibly useful. Agree with what has been said previously about the importance of splitting out that gap section, because I think part of the usefulness of this report is identifying where more work needs to be done. So I think if we could split that out a little bit, that would be really useful. And then I also just want to move to the other side of this, which is the impact, and to stress how important I think this issue is. For Australia, our climate finance, for example, comes out of our development assistance, and our development assistance is based on a results-based model. So when we go to our government and ask for money to develop, for any sort of funding, whether it be development, climate finance, a combination, the first thing they will ask for is, well, what are the intended results, and what are the historical results of any particular investment proposal. And so that just brings me to the recommendation section, where I noticed that, for example, recommendation T talks about requesting developing countries to enhance their monitoring systems to improve the results in terms of climate finance for adaptation. But if we go back to the actual summary, and I think it's paragraph 40 in the old version, I'm not sure but it's the paragraph that talks about impact monitoring for mitigation, and it still identifies that it's far from perfect. For example, it says, it's still hard to critically assess and present, the data in a multitude of formats. So I'm wondering whether or not it might be a good idea, and I'm not looking to add to the number of recommendations, so maybe we can cluster this to perhaps just add a sentence to T along the lines of, also encouraging the continuation, of progress towards improving mitigation impact reporting as well, because I think that's not reflected in the ownership needs and impact section. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. So if I understand correctly, you want to cover both mitigation and adaptation in enhancing the tracking and monitoring of effectiveness?
I'll leave it up to you to find the best place for it, but I just saw that there was a section in the recommendations about trying to enhance reporting on impact for adaptation, just balancing that out with mitigation as well, because in the summary you've got two paragraphs, one on mitigation and one on adaptation, and the mitigation section is not, it's in here, but it's not reflected in the recommendations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mo, you want to come back? Yeah, you
go for it.
I have all afternoon.
Go for it. We have all the time.
Thank you. I'm trying to fill the time, the air time that you have. So I think what was mentioned by Australia is very good, and I think it can also be taken in the guidance for the GCF, which is in the coming replenishment. It should be results based, so we should know exactly what we were trying to achieve through the next replenishment of the GCF, which is again in line with many countries, if not all countries, they work on results based approaches. So if you're going to pledge an X amount of money, you need to know what this money is going to deliver at the end of the 4 years or 3 years. So maybe like a replenishment would be like an informed replenishment on what results is expected from the replenishment, which is not the BA thing, but again within the work of the SCF. So I think this could be also added, and we can also inform our colleagues working on the guidance for the GCF that this is an element that we can include there. Thank you.
So that's not a recommendation for the BA, for the SCF in general. Thank you. I mean, yeah, why not? I was trying to. Fiona's comment got me thinking, because, I mean, at the programmatic and project level, there is always a strong sort of an M&E framework. So, I mean, every project and every program has a result area, has impacts, and that's how you do it when you do your project. Now having it, the challenge is how do you aggregate all the project and bring that at the let's say at the aggregated level. That's the because it's done at the project level. There's I have not seen any donor, climate provider financing any activity without a specific M&E framework. So that's there. Now it's how do you build the national framework for monitoring the effectiveness of the aggregate macro level. That is something quite interesting, actually. So we'll find a way to craft language. Live day.
Merci. So Sani, you were looking at me the entire time, so I was feeling I should perhaps give a reply. And I think I won't surprise anybody by saying that yes, on the mitigation side, ex ante, you can always revert to the CO2 abated, which is kind of a universal metric. It's not really an impact metric, but it's useful enough in the fact that it is universal for almost all infrastructure projects that are going to abate emissions. On the it should be said that it's not probably the only metric that we could be finding on the mitigation side. Capacity building, technology transfer, policy support, they don't lend themselves quite nicely to this metric. On the adaptation side, it's just been a harder task because you adapt in water, you adapt in agriculture, you adapt in various sectors with each time a different metric. And I think the report also says that what could be the CO2 tons of adaptation could be the people that are made more resilient, or it could be the value that is made more resilient. And these are metrics that are sometimes, depending on the project, the value is and the people made more resilient are both sometimes hard to define. When you work at national level, is it okay to say that the entire country population is made more resilient? And can you aggregate such a project with a very micro project where only 1,000 people will be made more resilient? So it's never easy, but yeah, the fact that on the basis of each project we have a results framework doesn't really necessarily imply that we can aggregate them at the portfolio level.
I reached my goal here. I just wanted to get you talking. I think we have a request for someone who's on Skype. It says on Skype request. So I don't know how that works. So whoever is on Skype, you can talk now. I guess that's. Huh? Yungos.
Hi, my name is Dejina Shager, and I'm yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to thank the panelists for their discussion and for having us with them today. And I was just going to ask for their views on this idea that we would like to present to them, which is to include the Article 6 of the Convention as a recommendation to be a financing, like a financing project potential, which is ACE Forum, ACE activities, Action for Climate Empowerment for Youth. As you may all know, ACE, the first ACE Youth Forum has been organized by Youngo and its sponsors last April, and it got Global South countries to introduce their young scholars and the youth that were participating in that forum to climate change information and climate change data and climate change policy making. And we think that to really accelerate climate action around the world, we need to focus on climate education. And my question to the panelists and my suggestion is whether it could be a recommendation by the panelists to include the Article 6 Action for Climate Empowerment as a way of financing, where green climate funds could be used towards youth empowerment and youth education around the world. And this could be done via the regular streamlining, which is the accreditation by focal point. But it could also be done simply by the green funds, green environmental fund, the adaptation fund, just leading the way towards creating these programs around the world. Thank you.
Yeah, Uchi is going to try to give a first try at that.
Okay. I mean, we're now discussing the summary and recommendations of the biennial assessment and overview of climate finance flows, and what you're sort of the suggesting seems to be more related perhaps to the issue on the guidance to the operating entities or to the GCF and so on. So perhaps this comment wasn't exactly intended for the discussion that we're having right now in terms of trying to finalize the summary and recommendations based on the 242-page report.
But in any case, if I understand the request, it's to sort of direct the operating entity or to direct finance to the funding of, this is Article 6 under the convention. This is not Article 6 Paris Agreement. So,
Climate empowerment.
Okay, climate empowerment, education, sensitization, and all of that. Okay, I guess colleagues who are, we'll talk to colleagues in the, in the draft guidance. Are there any other requests from those who are not seated around the table but in the back?
Nope.
No.
Okay, well then, if you guys are not going to be talking, then we'll do the talking, because we actually really do want to get the recommendations signed off here. And I think one of the questions that Asina and the team asked this morning was, are there headings under which we're doing the recommendations? Because we've been kind of this is the third time we are doing the report. So obviously there becomes a tendency of you just sort of copy paste what you did the last time around, and you kind of see that, is this still relevant? If it's still relevant, these recommendations still haven't been, they're still valid, there's still progress to be made. So you just sort of do the same thing and don't really add anything. So perhaps, just in the interest of making sure that everyone reads the recommendations, are the way they are structured right now the right one? I mean, we've heard some comments already that, and when we take the point that there's, and I think this would be also, I think, the co-facilitators' recommendations, or perhaps 2.1c is not the recommendation that we want to start off with. Now we'll see where the appropriate place is. But then, I mean, are these the other headings the right ones? So we have engaging with international organizations and the private sector, ownership, needs and impact. I recall that Matthias, who's now either hiding somewhere or joined the other group, he suggested some wording earlier by email on sort of strengthening the country ownership language. Is this something that should be better reflected here, or is this already appropriate as it is? Any comments? Or do you just want to go and get some coffee? Is that the only conclusion that one can draw from the? Yes, you can see that.
And maybe we can do this during. I think we need coffee. Yes, even we need coffee. But what would be helpful for us as well is, maybe we should have explained it at the beginning, that the highlighted section, the ones in gray, were from the last BA, and we really don't want to repeat the same recommendations, because that means you have to provide guidance as to whether we have progressed on these recommendations or not. And if we have them, we should strike them out, because that's progress. Or especially for the data providers and other international organizations, to signal whether there's furthering or more technical work to be done, or capturing some of the lessons that you have learned from the work and then moving forward. So I think what we would need guidance in, as Saini said, we would like to streamline and rationalize the recommendations, but also we really want to communicate where we think we have made progress and where we think there's further work required.
And I think especially on this note of progression, I mean, if you keep on inviting every 2 years, I mean, either you should still sort of invite yet again. I mean, you should then even there sort of repeat the invitation. But I think that's a very valid point, that we also want the reader to know that this is not a novel recommendation, that we've actually said exactly the same thing 2 years ago. And I agree that we shouldn't be saying the same thing over and over again. So anyone? Otherwise, I'll Oh, Peter.
No, just for clarification, because I think I provided some suggestions which are now in gray. So either I miraculously exactly repeated the recommendation from last year, 2 years ago, or I think it must be something with the formatting.
Oh, on the formatting is just that the what is in gray was already in the old version.
Yeah.
Really? Also like D, E, and F? Anyway.
So which version do you have? Because I have
the one that we just handed out.
Yeah.
1029.
Okay, well.
So in the recommendation, what we have in gray, at least in the recommendation, is what was already in the other one.
The earlier
version.
Earlier version of this one, but not the 2016.
This version. No, we haven't agreed to anything. It's okay. No, it was just in that version, in the. In the 09 version. Like October 9 version.
Yeah. Okay. No, 09. Okay. So
0910. So that's just the October 10 version.
Okay. Let me try to clarify. So there are two kinds of shading. So in case you haven't noticed, since you don't have it in color. So the version that you got earlier, the 910 version, so that the shading in that one would have been what was in the 2016 final assessment. However, the shading in the document that you got today means that it's different. That it doesn't make a reference to the 2016 BA, but it makes a reference to the 9 of October version. So if it's gray in the 29th of October version, it means that it's copied from the 9 October version. Whereas if it's gray in the 9 October version, that means that it's copied from the 2016 final assessment. Is that clear? So the confusion only refers to D, E, and F, right? And now, Peter, did you want to come back? So, what's the language that you proposed now in the 2910 version? Is that included? And are you happy with the language? I guess that's the only question that I'm asking at this point, not about the shading.
Yeah, no, and it is indeed D, E, and F that I provided that is now shaded, which probably shouldn't be shaded because there are also other paragraphs that I provided that are not shaded, which are not in the previous version. But I'm happy that everything is in there, so thank you.
So the substance is included irrespective of the color. Well, that's good news. Anyone else on the color coding or other aspects of the summary and recommendations?
So there's a proposal to break now and give you a chance to go through the recommendation, hopefully with some coffee, and then we'll be back in 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we are ready to continue. So if colleagues, you'd please take your seats and we're also asking the Secretariat just to project the recommendations. We've done some consolidation, trying to also have took a critical look at what we have there as recommendations, and those ones which are just sort of copy pasted from the ones we had in the 2016 BA. We've sort of made a critical assessment as to whether they are still relevant and if there's been some kind of progression or whether they are actually needed or not. Also, happy to see that we've managed to attract some of the colleagues who were in the guidance discussion, and this is exactly as we sort of envisaged that the discussions would go. So that people are kind of moving between the rooms and going from one discussion to another. So maybe just to recap what we did before the coffee break was that we were kind of trying to get some feedback so that we from you on the summary and recommendations, just to trying to assess that whether we've got the balance right and whether there are sort of elements in the summary and recommendations that are missing. So I'll just ask Kathy now to scroll down to the recommendations part, and so I mean I think one of the things that we take from the can you just put it so that it's visible, so in a let's put it in a bigger font.
Showing the track changes.
Okay. Yeah, put it, you can even still sort of put it larger. Okay, so can you just sort of scroll up to the A now again, sort of just, and maybe we just leave that on the new A, sorry. Okay, so this is what we've attempted to do. I mean, I think there was sort of this general recognition that we had perhaps too many recommendations, and that a lot of them were sort of just repetition of what we had in the 2016 BA without actually showing that there was some progression in terms of that some of the recommendations have already been implemented, and we took a critical look as to those which indeed have already been implemented, that those that those could just be taken out. Also, what we took from the discussion we had before coffee break was that there was all the recommendations related to 21C, while obviously important and new material, perhaps should not be the first ones when, you know, so we've now sort of proposing to put them, you know, to cluster them, all the 21C related recommendations, cluster them towards the end. So so now, as the first recommendation would be the one so they would start. If you look at the recommendations in the paper copy, dated and grey shaded of 29/10. So the recommendations there as A and B have now been moved down because they are 21C related recommendations, and what you see on the screen there as A is the one what's shaded with grey and labeled C. No, sorry, labeled D. Actually, that's the, yeah, no, it's D, yeah. Okay, right. So maybe let's see if this approach works. So maybe we just sort of look at them point by point. Are these still? Do we still see that these are the relevant ones to be recommended by the SCF?
Inputs from parties.
Pardon?
The paragraphs are inputs from.
Okay, so the paragraphs that you have there are inputs from parties that were included. I mean, what you had in the version that you received electronically and on paper, it was a mishmash of inputs from parties and also the sort of the inputs from us and then also the old recommendations from the 2016 BA. And now what we've listed there is we start with inputs from parties. Here again, then the question is that, I mean, this is an area where there are no rights or wrongs that, you know, but here, okay, so here we are now sort of starting with requests to developing country parties. Again, happy to reshuffle these elements again if you think that this shouldn't be the first cluster of recommendations, then but at least sort of trying to look at it substance-wise, are these the kind of things we want to highlight in the 2018 Biennial assessment? I have Randy followed by Vicky, and also want to acknowledge that since we have several colleagues who weren't here in the discussions before coffee break, that if you have some more general comments on the summary and recommendations, you're welcome to do that, but you're also welcome to just sort of limit your interventions to what you see on the screen. Okay, so Randy, Vicky, and then Erin. Randy, please.
Thanks. So I wasn't necessarily going to comment on the ordering of the chunks. I could probably see it either way of if it's, you know, maybe it makes more sense for, if this is supposed to be the most public facing part of the document, to start with things of more broad relevance, like the invitations to, or commentary and recommendations relevant to the other broader set of actors and not parties, or start with parties because it is going to be parties who are still even reading this for the most part. So I could see it either way. I don't really have strong views about the ordering of the chunks, but just to or is that all you want, or is it useful to also give quick feedback or reactions? So I think A and C are in some ways directly overlapping and duplicative. I think A, as phrased, is just a little strange, and then requests developed in country parties to enhance tracking of climate finance, including support received with a view to enhancing availability of information on domestic climate finance flows. Well, domestic, if it's saying including support received, then that wouldn't be, especially if the emphasis is on support received, then it's strange that the rest of the sentence talks about domestic climate finance, which is usually different than international finance that you'd receive. So just maybe to sort that out and then to streamline it, I think with C, although at least from my side, I'm not sure if we'd be supportive of requesting the SCF to develop guidelines and methodologies on tracking and reporting climate finance received, especially considering the APA is doing this for the CMA right now, at least in terms of reporting under the Paris Agreement. So I don't think that we'd have to have a lot of discussion before putting something like that forward. And then on D, I think it's strange on a voluntary basis, only because then it calls into question, I mean, developing countries, all of these other things are, their request, and developing countries don't have these, there's not, the inclusion of on a voluntary basis there calls into question the legal nature of everything else in A, B, and C. And I think it's just easier to not go down the path of also having to specify the legal basis of someone having to do something. So I think it should just be, it shouldn't even be targeted towards developing countries. It should just say request those who provide climate finance to enhance reporting or something like that. Request providers of finance or something.
Thanks, Randy. Vicky, please. Followed by Erin and then Matthias. Vicky.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I mean, from a first view, this kind of recommendations I really think are much better than the ones we had in the current draft. But I also have some specific comments on those, much along the line, as already said by Randy. Sorry, didn't have my coffee break. I think. Yeah. So in the first one, I had the same comment. Then including support received, and then I mean it's contradicting with a view to announcing availability of information on domestic climate finance flow. So, and I didn't even see it, but yeah, it is a bit C, the same as C. On C, I was even wondering if it makes. I mean, because this is a BA 2018, which is and the new one will only be out in 2020 if we so agree. I don't actually know if that's really agreed. But I wonder if there is still a need to only refer to biennial update reports, or in light of Paris Agreement, we want to make sure that it's not just for the biennial update reports, but also what comes after that one, because I think that might be a bit crucial. So maybe the wording there could look different, but that's another thing. The second part of C, the request the SCF to develop guidelines and methodologies, this is clearly being done by the APA at this point. Modalities, procedures, and guidelines are being discussed there. And I think that's what we need to take into account instead of, we should learn from our mistakes and make sure that there is no duplication of work or confusion about who's doing what by when. So I wouldn't have that in there. But like the B is what is actually needed for developing those MPGs under the APA 5. So that's the kind of messages we should that should come from the SCF recommendations on the BA. And then on the D, yeah, I also the same comment requests. Yeah, it's exactly the same that Randy already said. So parties providing climate finance on a voluntary basis, very important as well, of course. But having those two distinctions, it doesn't provide any further views. So I still, I mean, like I did make a promise to give you some more recommendations on issues, but I haven't made them yet. So
That's okay. That's okay. We also take comments tomorrow. It's just that all social events for tonight have been cancelled, so that everyone can take the time to read through the recommendations. Next, I have Erin, followed by Matthias. Erin, please.
Thank you, and apologies, I was not here in the previous session, so I was just hoping you could clarify in the original text, the language on 2.1c, it's just been moved to the end, it hasn't been deleted, correct?
That's correct, because the discussion that we had before coffee break was that that perhaps, you know, when you just sort of I mean those parties that just sort of pick up the summary and recommendations at the COP, you know, it's that we thought that if the first recommendation that they see is on the 2.1c is perhaps not the way we want to convey the messages from the work that we've done here. So we look at those paragraphs later on, but we've just, for the time being, they've just been moved further down.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think we're pleased to see that text in there, and so I'm happy to hear it's being retained and not removed, but acknowledging that we'll discuss it later. And I would just reiterate some of the comments made here on what is now the text saying requesting the SCF to develop guidelines. Clearly, to me, that's happening under the APA. APA 5 right now, and so I think it's important to recognize that and adjust the text. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. I'm wondering. Well, obviously we're not doing a drafting exercise, but I mean, Athena, or whoever is on the computer, you know, you feel free to at least sort of make these changes as we go along. So Matthias, please.
Thanks. Just echoing comments from colleagues on the second part of paragraph C, then requesting the SCF to develop guidelines. It would seem that would be already being done in other quarters. So let's not duplicate that work.
Okay, good. Thank you. Then we can sort of scroll further down. Up a bit. Okay, so and here then the bits that are struck out would be the ones that we had in the that we had previously in the previous BA, and we kind of consider to be either already fulfilled, done, redundant, or something that's already been taken care of. So I'll just leave these on the screen now for a while. Andy.
Don't support E. What?
I don't understand.
Unfortunately, I think I do understand E. No, but I mean, I'll have this comment. I'm working on other broader comments for the technical report, but there's a number of times when I think it mischaracterizes any sort of review or anything that the SCF's doing of the information that parties submit for the purpose of putting together the aggregate numbers in the BA versus, you know, we still have to be mindful of the fact that there's, I guess for a while, there'll still be two existing review mechanisms of information that are set up, both the kind of Cancun framework and then the Paris framework. So we will, under Paris, we'll have, you know, the technical expert review and all these things. So there are opportunities to review things, but to have the SCF assess gaps and barriers and reporting recommendations, I'm not sure that's appropriate.
Okay, so I think the SCF member, I think this comes from an SCF member who is currently, I believe, in another room. So we're not able to debate that in detail, but we'll sort of take note that. So we'll see how we deal with that. Erin, did you want to take the floor? No. Okay. So then the next one is a paragraph that we're proposing to take out altogether. Okay. Yep. Keep scrolling down. And also, so the G, we also thought that we're already doing that, and we would propose to take that one out as well. Because we kind of think that, you know, we do cooperate and so on. So then we get to the next cluster of recommendations, which is engaging with international organizations and the private sector. And indeed, once then when we look at how all these pieces, you know, what should be the right ordering, this could be the one that we start up with. But let's see. So. Ayman, please.
Thank you very much. You're going too fast on me, really. If you go back, please. I see we're introducing new concepts here. This is the first time I see that we have developing country and other parties. Which other parties we're talking about? We only know developed country parties and developing country. There are no other parties. So the context now is switching. We always say developed country parties, Annex 1, even better Annex 2, but Annex 1, those who are providing, supposedly providing climate finance, and developing countries who are voluntarily providing information. Now I see the context is starting.
That's just typo.
Okay, then I'll stop. Thank you very much. Sorry, I wasn't following. It was typo, so I'll take it back. Another point is that when I see the first Biennial assessment, the second Biennial assessment, we used to have some kind of a much softer language to invite, to encourage. Now we're saying we're requesting, so we're making concrete requests in the recommendations. Are we not overstepping our mandate that the purpose of our exercise is to take measure of the climate finance flows? Now, to go beyond that, to make specific requests, we're getting into transparency kind of arrangement here, which is something outside of the context of the assessment of the climate finance flows. Yes, we can identify gaps, we can identify shortcomings, we can identify certain methodological or certain quality of the information. But to go into concrete request, two parties, I guess we're now overstepping our mandate. We're going into transparency of support received, which is something being discussed somewhere else. And I really don't think we should, get into that discussion. And I think is it just a bit of a stretch of our mandate to make concrete specific requests to parties to provide this, because at the end of the day, party will faithfully react to this and say, okay, this is what needs to be done.
So maybe we can think about ways to to invite, encourage, or at least find a way so that it's
a better language that would at least
COP.
highlight the difficulty we have faced, highlight the challenges we face. One, on the knowledge gap, the information gap, the quality, and the methodology, perhaps. But not to make such a specific request, a concrete request that would, again, take us into MRV of support and received and all sorts of things. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are indeed sort of, taking all this input and making sure that we are sort of adjusting the language as we go forward. So maybe, Kathy, if you can now scroll down.
I think and I understand Ayman's point. I think the challenge is where to strike the balance between the level of stringency in reporting and and the Pacioli's paradox. How much you want if you want to do the double accounting, double entry. You need, to the extent possible, that the reporting on the recipient side is as robust as possible to be able to start a meaningful conversation. So how do you do that and at the same time not create undue burden on the reporting and making reporting because it can be a very burdensome exercise. So at the same time, how do you strike the balance between the two? I think that's where I mean, we'll find a way to at least ensure. We are not the COP, so it's not for us to maybe make that, you know, such a direct request to countries. And anyway, I'd said that we need to find a way to streamline, cluster, and put some of those things together, because the long list is not simplifying.
Well, I think if we could just limit ourselves to identifying what the challenges were and what are the knowledge gaps were, perhaps the understandings, and identify this to the COB that, you know, we tried our best and these were the challenges and these are the weakness areas, call it, and make that available to the COB. There is another exercise happening under the Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, transparency. We're talking about transparency of actions, transparency of support. So that will solve part of the problem that has to do with parties. But climate finance flows here, it just goes way beyond parties and the flow between parties. Yeah, it has private sector, it has north-south, south-south, and all sorts of things. So we don't want to give the impression that by us requesting parties, we're solving the problem. That's not going to solve the problem. That's not going to, sort of cure the challenges that we have in the report. And I think it's just really an overstretch. Let's just identify the problems and let the COB knows that these are the difficulties in the climate finance flow. And there are other areas that once we fix and agree and define in the MRV of support and MRV of finance receipt under Article 13, that can be an input will come in to enhance the biennial assessment, but would not be instigated or driven or, derived from the biennial assessment, because frankly speaking, I, for one member of the committee, I will not testify to the information, to the methodology, to the content of the report. I say this is our best effort, but we under no circumstances, signing off on the accuracy of the information, signing off on the accuracy of the methodology, signing off on the integrity of the information. This is, I hope we're all clear on this. This is an effort that was done to the best of our available information that we can count on, but there is no way for us to measure, verify, and put a certain, kind of a certificate on it to say, please use this information. This is accurate. This is correct. No, we cannot do that. It remains to be an effort of assessing the financial flows, and that's the context, and that's the way it should be presented. But under no circumstances we will be held accountable to the substance or the content of and by the way, you've done this in the first round and we've done the second round, and I wish to see it in the first round at the summary report, that the content and the substance and this and that remains to be as good as it is on the paper, but we are not signing off on any kind of any credibility, or because we don't know how to measure it and to measure it against who. Not even IPCC was able to do that, by the way. It's chapter 15 now in the R6 that will come in 2022, and hopefully they can do a good job as a scientific body to assess the climate finance. But until then, we cannot. Sorry to take a long time, but I think we should really put things in perspective.
Hopefully they can do a job as good as the SCF. Erin?
Thank you. I just wanted to seek some clarification on this section here. So perhaps this relates to the discussion that happened earlier this afternoon. Paragraphs I and J on the screen, have they been deleted?
Yes, I mean, just what you have there on the screen. I mean, the one, first of all, on the F, where there's been some more sort of specifics added, including sustainable transport, agriculture, and forest financing. That was, again, the discussion that we had before coffee break. But again, that SCF member is not currently in the room, so let's not debate that. The one on the I and J that we are proposing to delete, That's because we believe that these are kind of obsolete, that these are things that are happening anyway, that either the SCF has already sort of like in the case of Jay, we are already having these technical meetings, working on the biennial assessment and so on with these external data providers. So we think what's written now in Jay is already happening. And on again, we feel that that's also saying that's already well on track and doesn't need to be included in the recommendations. However, obviously, if members feel that these should be maintained, we're happy to repeat it or find some kind of a wording to convey the message that while there's been progress, but there's still more needs to be done. But we didn't, I mean, if we, the world will never be complete, so always more needs to be done. So we just sort of kind of wanted to at least on those issues where we think that the SCF has already sort of incorporated those aspects into its regular work, that it wouldn't need to be repeated. But again, I mean, it's I mean, these are the proposals from here, but I mean, if you feel differently, I mean, obviously we can bring that back. I mean, for example, on the data collection that's happening in the MDBs and the OECD Research Collaborative and so on, we kind of think that that's happening anyway, that they don't really need us to encourage that. But again, I mean, yes, Ivan, please.
I'm sorry, thank you. May I ask a question regarding F? Is there a reason for the selection of those particular sectorial data?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, those are examples that were brought up by a member of the SCF who is currently in the other room doing forum. So we'll take, we can come back to this when we have those members also in the room.
Okay, just to point it out, it would be good to portray forest financing not in a very limited list of mitigation sectors, because forests can be helpful for mitigation and adaptation. So just to keep that in mind for further streamlining of the language there.
Okay, good. Thank you. I mean, I guess this comment sort of came from the discussion that we're having, that we're sort of very focused on energy only, and that there are these other sectors are very important. Randy, did you want to come in now, and then I'll give the floor to Vicky. Randy.
Yep, and maybe because it maybe might help with that, but one of the things that I think is missing, this relates to a comment that somebody made in the previous session. I think it was the gentleman from AFD, but we could add something on like the total amount of investment or development finance that is climate resilient, because that's a metric that is missing and that we spent a lot of increasing amounts of time talking about, but it's really something that there's not information that, out there, and it's a pretty big fundamental gap that we have.
Okay. Thanks, Randy. Vicky, please.
Never put up your flag when you're still trying to figure out what you're going to say. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to give some input on how I see these recommendations. I mean, like I said, the timing of this BA, it is at the forefront of the modalities on accounting of financial resources provided and mobilized through public interventions, is at the forefront of the enhanced transparency framework. So what I want the BA to do, or at least what the recommendation should do, is look at what comes out of this biennial assessment and what should be taken into account on the basis of those factual assessment, I would say, or overview, what can then be recommended to by the SCF to whoever it needs to hear. And I agree, it is a global effort, so it should include things to organizations, but also to parties and so on. So that's just to give you some framing. So I've been looking now into those, the recommendations, the key summary. Sorry, I still haven't looked at the BA. And like, for instance, an example I want to give is on paragraph 13, the BA, the summary says that notwithstanding the improvements in methodologies, diversity reporting approaches, limits comparability in climate finance reporting. I think this comparability is one of those things that we want to perhaps ask parties. I don't know. I don't care which parties, to be honest. But I mean, that's the main message would be about. Look, we are the public who are using those BRs or whatever it will be called, and we see that there is a lack of possible aggregation because the comparability of information is missing. And I think that that could be a focus, like okay, we to enhance comparability of information and so on. So yeah, another one, like we all know, the BA is requested to look at thematic and geographic areas. In paragraph 37, we have a reference to the SIDS and the LDCs. I don't know if we would include a recommendation, perhaps a bit on those groups of parties who are in requiring funding as well. I mean, it's an open question. It's not, I just want to get some discussion on board as well. So it could be good to, I mean, we have those data now. We see how much they have. Yeah, I have a different version, I guess. Mine is from the 9th of October. Apologies. This is, yeah, stop sending so many documents. Okay, so yeah, thank you and apologies. It's definitely my mistake. Yeah, but like, I mean, we have this data now. Is there anything that we want to say around that? Those are the things I'm looking for. And it's more, again, a more an open question. Can we, I mean, if you look at what we currently have in the biennial reports of developed country parties, the mobilized part is very rudimentary because back in COP17, we just didn't know enough. Now there has been a lot of work done on mobilized support through public interventions. Is there any recommendation that can come from the biennial assessment to us looking at it from the modalities point of view? Because that's the timing that we have now. I mean, and that would be a big value from the SCF to actually provide some, good factual-based issues on that one. But maybe I'm too dreaming. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Athena, did you want to address this specific point?
I was looking at Charlene.
Oh, Charlene, do you want
some of the MDBs, some of the work we're doing would showcase.
Okay, the team just wants to say yes and leave it at that.
So I think from our end, what we want to hear is guidance like this. Like, what are the priorities thematically, for example, that you want to see reflected in the recommendations? Because when we started the conversation this morning, we didn't have a lot of input. We actually had more paragraphs from the last BA reflected here, and we haven't reflected the wealth of information that was in the report. So we're kind of in listening mode, and we will work to draft something after we listen to all of you today. Does that help?
Yeah. Thanks, Athena. Next I have Isma, followed by Ayman. Isma, please.
Thanks, Oti. Can we go back to Jay, where we were a moment ago? Yeah, down, stop. Yeah. So are we still maintaining the title of engaging with international organizations and the private sector? So my comment is on J is about balance. So now we would be deleting all of J. And in the findings we have several observations and remarks about the need to improve the data from the private sector and that there are data gaps. And this is also what we had put as a placeholder to the title, including also the private sector. So I guess that maintaining the balance here would be important. And what we are suggesting in the first part of the of that para, I think would be basically meeting that need for improvement, what we have found in the observations. And then the second part of that para, I think, is just logical in any case. Perhaps it will need some redrafting on the language to make some, perhaps not to request and so on and so forth, but to keep those two elements, I think is important and logical in light of our findings. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Tisma, and point taken. Maybe we can say that, you know, applauds the SCF for the work done so far, and so basically, I mean, but I take the point that there's some progress has been made, but there's still a lot more to do, and it's precisely these kind of things that we now want to get more feedback on. Specifically on this, Matthias? Yeah. Okay. So yes, and then I'll give the floor to
thanks. Just to echo that particular point. I mean, from a Swedish perspective, I think engaging other actors in sort of what they are doing in order to enhance climate finance flows is a central part of our work. So I think we would be very happy to see that still in there, and also encouraging other parties to engage in those kind of dialogues. So and I definitely agree with you, if we could have sort of wording encouraging the good work already done, but then also, of course, continuing that work, that would be very valuable.
Thank you, Matthias. Ayman, please.
Thank you very much. I'm just picking up on some of the paragraphs. A good example of that is paragraph 37 here, when it draws a concrete conclusion, when it says there are regional disparities in the delivery of climate finance. It's a conclusion here. Yes, it's a conclusion. When you read the rest of the paragraph, all these are MDB's data and information that are coming from MDBs, where MDBs provide development finance. So how we put this in together? We're making a conclusion that there are disparities in climate finance, and then the basis of that conclusion is really development finance. So what do we do with that? When we at the GCF made the decision that 50% of the finance goes to SIDS and LDCs. Yeah? Here we're saying that there is a disparity, and that disparity is skewing the picture, that we have issues. When the issues are not really climate finance, the issues are development finance. So I think we need to be, either delete, say, delivery of flow of finance, don't call it climate, don't call it development. But don't, draw a conclusion on climate finance, but the basis for concluding that statement is really development finance. This is the inconsistency we have here, because we were unable to define climate finance. So let's just call it flow of finance. When we want to ask flow of finance as well, it's all the above: finance for development, finance for climate change, and finance for both. But it's not really climate finance. It's not really climate finance. It is development finance. All these statistics that is coming from OECD. And I asked OECD, what is this? They said, listen, this is development finance. We're putting it for your use. You call it climate finance, call it development finance. It's your own problem. But this is development finance. So we want to keep it in the context. So I don't think we should say there is regional disparities in the delivery of climate finance. Say in the flow of finance. Perhaps I would accept that. Or call it development finance to be more accurate, frankly speaking.
Leah.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to have I have a few comments. Apologies if I'm duplicating earlier discussions. I wanted to first raise just a general question around, because the 2014 revision did significantly decrease the amount of climate financing. I see that it's reflected in the summary, but is it possible to look at that in comparison? I think in relating to the earlier comment around trends, if we look at comparison, the last biennial assessment summary would not be easy to compare between the new one. So maybe we can update or show the change visually somehow, the revised figures from the last BA. In terms of
a kind of key figure that jumped out at me was the IFC's estimated $23 trillion in climate investment opportunities from the and then it lists certain sectors. So that's para 367 from the biennial assessment. And that figure didn't come through. I think that's like a very, it stayed with me from reading it. So that would be something nice to highlight. In terms of the moving down, I had a question on the SIDS and LDCs paragraph. So the last sentence, I've tried reading it a couple times and I still don't understand it. So maybe you can help me out. MDBs program 15% of climate finance to SIDS and LDCs with the percentage of adaptation spending twice that of climate finance. So I thought adaptation spending was part of climate finance, so I don't see how it could be bigger than climate finance. So it'd be great to get clarification on that. I think that the paragraph on the SIDS and LDCs, it calls for the Paris Agreement noting that scaled up finance, this should be taken into account for SIDS and LDCs. I think in the report, generally it's very difficult to disaggregate, so I understand that's a challenge. So I wanted to return to the recommendation on the country level disaggregation briefly. So if we scroll, so that last sentence is the one that I don't, it would be nice to get clarification on both the summary and the technical report. So if we scroll down to the country level data disaggregation recommendation. Sorry, I'm trying to find it on my own document. Okay, yes, perfect. I think this is a really key recommendation to operationalize some of the data constraints that we had that were mentioned throughout the biennial assessment. So the way it's currently worded sounds like country level data and sectoral data as though that was one. I think for SIDS, we just need country level data. And so how can we make this recommendation more clear that it's not country and sector per se, but just that, especially for SIDS, to have disaggregation of data is key to be able to understand better the assessment, the kind of status that SIDS are in. And then, so it's country level data, in climate financing in general, and then sectoral data, I understand, is targeting those sectors that are not as well available with information. Okay, I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leah. Now I'm again looking at Athena, Charlene. Yep.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify the last sentence of paragraph 38. It's perhaps a poorly worded way of saying that of the climate finance that goes to SIDS and LDCs from the multilateral development banks, approximately 40% or 41% as here goes towards adaptation. Whereas for the MDBs as a whole, if you look at their total climate spend, 20% of that goes towards adaptation. So it means that the finance going to SIDS and LDCs from the multilateral development banks has a much higher incidence of adaptation within that. Thanks.
Yeah. Maybe the clearest is to maybe split that into two sentences. So, but we're not sort of micromanaging the drafting here. So, Raphael, please.
Just looking, because you've shifted, so we're looking at this paragraph, and I see what you're deleting, and seeing what comes before and what comes next seems to shrink the recommendations to parties only, and then very little, beyond what parties can do. And I think that's it would be a pity if that's the case. I understand as SCF, you probably don't feel that you have a prerogative to give instructions to us at the OECD, but all the others, because there's a lot of other institutions that you reference, and especially in the global assessment, and I think it'd be a pity if you don't seize the opportunity to be a bit more specific and perhaps keep a section entitled that, but then have a few short paragraphs that can be quite specific. Earlier on, we were talking about being more specific on sectors, on types of flows, and so on. There's a lot of material in the chapters 1 and 2 to do that, and I think it'd be a pity just because it's outside the convention. You can use a language that is softer than or different than when you talk to parties in that recommendation, but I think it'd be a pity if the recommendations shrink to something that is only related to what parties can or cannot do, and thereby being more specific, because you try to say a lot of things there, country level data, sectoral data. You can be more specific there, which sectors, which instruments, which types of flows, and who can actually provide that data. That was one thing. And just, I mean, I don't think we want to get into the discussion that was sort of, around climate and development finance and so on. But since we were finger pointed, I don't think that we would respond in the way that, it was indicated in that way. Just as a matter of fact, indeed, the OECD is not here to say what counts as climate finance under the convention or not. I think that's the main point. But just to say that I don't think we would respond to a question like that in the way that it was portrayed there.
Okay. Thanks. And I see the team sort of nodding here that they are sort of listening carefully and redrafting as we speak. Matthias, please.
Thanks. Sort of picking up on the requests by the team on suggestions for recommendations and sort of picking up on various points in the report. I wonder if is it a good time now to actually make a couple of those, or should we come back to that later?
Saini says here that it's always a good time to make concrete, clear recommendations. So just go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have actually concrete recommendations, just a few points in the report which I thought could be valuable to actually pick up on. Like others, I still have the 9 October version in front of me, so I might not be right in the paragraphs, but I'm referring then to paragraph 35 in the 9 October version. It's about grant finance remaining a key financial instrument for adaptation finance. And it finishes off with a sentence saying, these figures may not fully capture the added brought by combining different types of financial instruments and so forth. I was thinking maybe that could be something which could be elaborated on as one of the recommendations. Furthermore, we actually made a suggestion for recommendation building on paragraph 39 in the 9 October version of the report on the linkages between or the linkages to the SDGs and making sure that the work was in line with national budgetary planning processes. So that suggestion, I think, is already in there as one of the recommendations. Moving on to paragraph 42 in the 9 October version, which finishes off with the sentence on the degree to which such finance can be mobilized, referring then partly to co-finance, is heavily influenced by the overarching in-country investment climate. I think maybe building a recommendation on sort of how to strengthening investment climate in countries could be a valuable recommendation as well. And finally, maybe also the following paragraph 43 on which finishes off with, this does not mean that all financial flows have the explicit beneficial climate outcomes, but they must avoid increase the likelihood of negative climate outcomes. Maybe that's something which could be built into the recommendations as well, as a valuable contribution to the work we're all doing. So just a couple of points.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, and also others. I mean, do feel free to, like Matthias just did. I mean, if there are some specific paragraphs in the summary that you think that could be sort of also reflected in the recommendations, by all means, please highlight it. Now is a very good time for that. Otherwise, perhaps we could.
Skype. There's someone on Skype.
Someone from the farmers would want to ask something.
Okay. Apparently, we have a questions from one of our virtual participants through Skype. So please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. this point. In the farm, on behalf of the farmers' constituents, I would like to perhaps make one small comment on paragraph F. Also, bearing in mind that in the Paris Agreement, and that's in a quite prominent place in Article 2(1)b, it says that mitigation and adaptation should be undertaken in a manner that does not threaten food production. Now, we welcome that there is this focus on agriculture also in this paragraph. However, I would like to perhaps just draw your attention to the notion of sustainable agriculture is actually a quite broad term, and it's also a quite contested term. Some forms of what is presented as sustainable agriculture might not necessarily be climate efficient. It can be good for animal welfare, it can be good for the environment, it can be good for perhaps public health in some instances, but it might not always be the most carbon efficient way to produce food. So this is why there's also been quite extensive efforts undertaken to develop the notion of climate smart agriculture. So might it be possible perhaps to include both these notions in the sense that adding climate smart and sustainable agriculture instead of, in a sense, prioritizing between those two concepts? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ivan, please.
Thank you. Actually proves my concern, because in that way we will be showcasing the mitigation aspects of agriculture in a heavy way, and I don't think that's our intention here, because one of the main sources or one of the main areas in which enhanced resilience is needed is agriculture, and that's why at least from our region, it's important to not rely on agriculture just with a mitigation focus. So maybe the wording of the whole paragraph should show that this is not for mitigation only. It's for both mitigation and adaptation. Thank you.
I was wondering if maybe we dealt away with the adjective. That would help. You know, if we don't characterize the sector and just have agriculture and transport and don't, you know, then no adjective, then it's, you know, then it avoids the controversy. If we're going to do it at all, there's two options. There's an option of not mentioning sectors at all, or there is an option of just having the name of the sector without no fancy adjective. No sustainable, no smart, no, just the name of the sector if we're going to use a sector, or no sector at all. So those are the two options.
Yeah, thank you. I think that would really help a lot, and I would add maybe the mention of mitigation and adaptation explicitly in the paragraph, so we are all in the same page. Thank you.
Okay. Omar?
Thank you. I just caution against the use of climate smart agriculture. We don't use this term in the Green Climate Fund proposals on agriculture. The term is not defined. It might include other things like GMOs, terminator seeds, etc. So please, I agree with what you said, Seni, and what Ivan said. There is no need for the adjective.
Thank you. I think that's a very helpful comment. I mean, if sort of adding the language doesn't actually add clarity, rather sort of goes the other direction, then certainly we would not be doing that, and we'll come back to that paragraph in any event once the SCF member who proposed these changes is also in the room, because I think it's again kind of unfair then to to do a lot of changes, but we hear you, and I think we'll reflect on how best to take this forward. Maybe we can then scroll further down. How many recommendations do we still have left?
Almost there.
Almost. Oh, good. Okay. Ownership needs impact. Okay. So again, just to recap, what we are proposing to do here is that some of the elements which we believe are already happening and have already been encouraged, so that we feel that perhaps these are, so we've sort of taken those out which we think are unnecessary to repeat. These were already in the 2016 BA, but as was done with some of the other recommendations that we looked at a bit earlier, that there was a feeling in the room that while obviously this is already happening, there's still room to do much more, and it should be that the recommendations should be maintained, but then there should be very clearly conveyed the fact that there's been progression, that something has already happened, but there's still room to do more. So we'll put those up on the screen and welcome feedback on the section on ownership needs and impact. And again here, to also to get some feedback on is this the right heading that we're kind of lumping ownership needs and impact? Are those?
That's the one we had since.
Pardon?
It's the same heading we've had since.
Yeah, it reminds me this is indeed the heading that we've always had on the biennial assessment, but indeed, I mean, there's, is this the right one, or should perhaps, there's been a lot of discussion on impact, for example, that, is impact something that would actually merit its own heading and own paragraphs? Just putting it out there. I mean, we're not sort of suggesting to change it, but we would like you to think about that, whether this is the right way of framing these recommendations here. Randy.
Can you just scroll through, or is this the entirety of what's proposed under this section right now, or can you just scroll through to show us what would be the whole?
Oh, I have comments.
Yes.
The second one, I mean, invite developing countries to, I mean, that sentence to me, I sort of feel that this is relevant for every party and for every country.
So I think it's further up.
So there is inviting developing countries to continue aligning climate finance with national climate change frameworks, and as well as broader economic and then strategies, and integrating national budgetary planning. I mean, that is such a transformative sentence to me that is relevant to all of us. I don't think that's something which should be directed only to developing countries. So we either, such a paradigm shifting sentence is either to all, or have difficulty to say that this is just relevant for developing countries. So it's on that's on that. On the requesting developing countries to enhance national monitoring systems, and to me all of that is, there's two elements. The one element is on institutional capacity building, and I think there is an opportunity, on the first recommendation we had, encouraging developing countries to take advantage of financial resources. I'm sure that there is an opportunity to link taking advantage of where there is support to build institutional capacity to achieve something. So this is an opportunity to kill three with one stone, or two. No, I don't want to kill anyone, but I'm very pro-pacifist. I don't like killing. So I think there's, we might be able to do that, to take advantage of where there's financial resources to build institutional capacity to achieve something. So we can here do a better job of putting them all together. And if there's more to be built than institutional capacity building, then just have a very nice recommendation which deals with the whole, whatever needs to be built if it's beyond institutional capacity. And if there's more to achieve as well, fine. But I think that is the type of approach which can help us in sort of streamlining, but at the same time capture all the ideas and not lose anything.
Yep. Thanks. Randy, please.
Thanks. I take Saini's point on the subparagraph G, and yeah, it probably needs to be reformulated in a number of ways, because I think we are lumping a lot of things together. Perhaps we're not even fully, all of us are fully conscious of what we're saying in these things. It's quite a lot. So yeah, maybe read that with a fresh pair of eyes in the morning after a cup of coffee. Yeah. The preceding paragraph, I think it would be useful to keep a version of that. Perhaps after it could naturally and more logically flow and come right after a revised subparagraph G. But I actually, of any paragraph that I had referred folks to from our own team or in other in other negotiations, and people come to us as the finance team and say, has the SCF done anything on this topic? Because we're getting ready to make a new recommendation on something. I remember this is Richard Sherman's language, and it's actually something that we've found quite helpful to have. Essentially acknowledging that through his point at the time was all the money that had been already set aside at the GCF, particularly already for this purpose, even though we get a lot of new requests coming up through other mechanisms. You could probably, you could keep, but I think it was always two separate concepts to have that as well as to track and report climate finance. But if folks want to still entertain that, that's fine. For me, only one other comment right now, and it's to the I think what will be now the last subparagraph under this section. It reads, this is my edited version. Right, so I think it's just a wording thing, and the joint delivery of climate finance and SDG implementation for joint effective delivery of climate action and sustainable development. I think if we could just say something more simply about request parties to continue to strive to ensure that climate finance is mutually supportive of sustainable development or something like that. But just generally drafting wise, it's a little confusing, and then also for us, the kind of very mechanical and linkage between climate finance and SDG implementation as like a one-for-one thing, I think, yeah, would be problematic for us.
Matthias?
Thanks, and just acknowledging the fact that the proposed para G, I think it was, inviting developing country parties, I think it would be wise, as you said, to actually invite parties, and maybe that making the link also then to the final paragraph, which was then J, with the SDGs, because that was one of the sort of the gist of the proposed paragraph G would be to make the linkages to the SDGs implementation, but also maybe then, I don't know, maybe one could separate the two, but in terms of having the SDG links in one paragraph and also integration in national budgetary planning in another paragraph. So those could be two, or they could be one. But I would leave that up to your able hands to conclude.
No, thanks. That's good. We're into building unity, so one.
So in the end of the day, we'll have one totally scrambled, very long paragraph
Randy, are you coming back?
that everyone will absolutely love at the COP, as it's great work.
I was unfortunately hoping that the implementation of the SDGs part would be one of the things that we would streamline out of that paragraph. But I think we all agree on the general sentiment. So I think it should just be a drafting thing. We'll just have to, and I'll think about what would be wording that we would be comfortable with on that. But
good.
Yeah, thank you. And the more that you have these sort of very concrete suggestions in terms of, where you think wording that could fly. I mean, the better. Ayman, please.
Thank you very much. One would ask why we need this section altogether. The section called Ownership, Needs and Impact. Why do we need all of this? Because nothing here I would say that really has relevance to the assessment of the climate finance. You're telling parties, please, we encourage developing country parties to take advantage of the resources available. Well, where are the resources to take advantage of the resources available? I mean,
he said that was Richard's point in the GCF, the readiness money. That was a Richard's paragraph.
I mean, we're really asking developing country parties to take advantage of the available resources when there are no available resources. Good example of that, the GCF. Invite developing countries to continue aligning climate finance. Well, I don't need anybody to tell me how to align, not to align. I will definitely align it.
We dealt with that one.
A request to prepare this and that. I mean, all this section here, as far as is not irrelevant. We really need nothing.
You're looking at the old version.
Well, what the hell? Why am I out of touch with all
no,
the
because maybe you were not. Maybe you were not here. Maybe
I
you
was
were
given
not.
this.
No, I mean, look at the screen.
Where?
The screen.
Oh, sorry. I take it back. Sorry. All right, so I'm just looking at the document. Sorry about that. But then again, invite developing countries to align climate finance.
No, that one. I struck that one personally. That was the first comment.
Yeah, on G, we still have G there.
To say, yeah, that's the one I said. It's either all of us, but it's not going to be just developing countries. This one, we already dealt with this one. To say that it's a relevant para for every party or for every country. So that one is, yeah. It's because we're supposed to finish at 5. That was and it's 5:15. So, 17 now. That's why.
Maybe also, I mean, just to apologize for the confusing screen, is that, you know, there's, I mean, we're editing, but we're not sort of editing in real time. So there's been, you know, from G, we've struck out developing, but
we're editing as we fly the plane.
But there's a different member of the team scrolling the screen, and the other one sort of doing the editing in real time. Perhaps we'll try to make some efficiency gains at some point, whether we could actually have some real-time editing, but let's not go there now. Ismo, you sort of...
In H. So I have a question because we say in findings in 12, we say about the common practices among the MDBs, etc., etc. And now we are suggesting to strike out, continue working to further harmonize methods for measuring climate finance, etc., etc. Shouldn't we keep it? Because we know that the MDBs are having some coordination between themselves, and I understand they are also thinking on how they could improve reporting on similar kind of indicators and have similar kind of methodologies. So why wouldn't we keep that sentence that is now strike out?
Okay, now just a suggestion from Ismo then to keep the harmonization bit in the paragraph in H, where we say continue working to further win. So
I don't know who struck it out.
We don't know who struck it out.
To try to, you know, because I also, you know, see that there is merit in them continuing, you know, harmonizing the method, but we okay, but we'll deal with it. We'll find a way to deal with it.
We're taking it back. I mean, I guess, I mean, there was some thinking that this was something that was happening anyway, but I mean, if indeed, you know, there's merit in keeping it, so we reintroduce that. Okay. Team, yeah, the team says that they will sort this paragraph out as half of it is harmonization and half of it is impact. So it's confusing as it stands, but let's see. Okay,
Leah and Erin.
Yeah, Leah. Oh.
Okay, thank you very much. Quick intervention on my part. On paragraph I, so I noticed that this is specific to adaptation finance, and I think one message that comes through very clear in this is that strengthening kind of recipient information will strengthen ownership. And so using that logic, this is important to be not just adaptation, but climate finance in general. And so I know for the part of SIDS, this is something that our constituency is going to try to work on in terms of improving from a bottom-up as well as a top-down perspective what climate finance looks like in SIDS. So I think it would be good to see this broader than just adaptation, but just climate finance in general.
Oh, definitely. This is the paragraph which I made a first proposal to have the encouragement to take advantage of where their financial resources to do institutional capacity building and other things to achieve the overall. So not just, for instance, effectiveness in monitoring adaptation, but the whole climate action. So we'll work on it. We'll come up with a paragraph to deal with that. Erin and then Ayman.
Thank you. I'm just kind of building on a few things. I'm a bit confused where we are with the current draft. So it would be nice if the co-chairs could give us a sense for what they are going to do with the text after our session today, when we will receive the new draft text, if we can receive the new draft text in both track changes and clean copy, and then what the way forward for tomorrow's sessions would be. Just some clarification of all of those things would be very helpful. Thanks.
So we'll receive tonight, you'll receive tonight the 2 version, and then tomorrow we'll try to finalize the work.
Thanks. So that's the track and the clean copy. Okay, this evening. Thank you.
Ayman, Paul.
Yeah, indeed. We really want to have a cleaner version so that we could see what it was. There was a reference to SDGs here.
There was 2 references. I think there was one.
Were they struck out? Or were they...
There was a request for the second one to be struck out, I think, and then the first one was sort of okay. Can I see the first one?
I could not trace it here.
There's a first one which is the request to, which sort of will become a request to all, such as implementation as the SDGs. That's the first area, and then the second is down.
Yeah, I think we should not make reference to SDGs.
Okay.
We're talking about climate finance, and SDGs has its own financial mechanism that was agreed in Addis, if you remember, the FAAs. So it's beyond the scope of climate finance, and climate finance covers way more than the SDGs. So if you can just remove that reference, please.
Noted. Erin, are you? Oh, Paul.
I just wanted to underscore the point made earlier to be very careful with catchphrases like smart agriculture or climate smart agriculture.
Oh, that one is out.
Because there are commercial ramifications to that as well. There are people commercializing that. So we should be careful and use generic terms.
Thank you, Paul. What is left?
Do we still have something?
I don't think we have anything left. What else do we have there?
We have this section.
Oh.
So
Oh, that's a 2.1c section.
Yes. So just when you thought that we had spoke through the entire text, you will recall that just as a coffee break, I did tell you that the bits on the 2.1c language recommendations, we've moved them to the very end. So that's the part that we haven't dealt with yet. So yeah, this is the part that one SCF member before the coffee break asked us to or basically said that it would be more logical to have all of those 2.1c related recommendations clustered together and then put them at the end. So that's what we've done now without any changes to the to the actual wording, except some attempts to clarify. I'll just leave them there on the screen. Paul, did you want to?
Paul? All right, if you have nothing to say, that's fine as well. It's okay. Vicky?
Yeah, I was going to wait for the next version, but on M, I just have a question because there it refers to parties and relevant international institutions and tracking global progress outlined in Article 2 of the Paris Agreement. This goes much further than climate finance, right? I mean, this is kind of a, I mean, there is no reference that we see this in the context of the BA. I mean, do you know? No, you don't know what I mean.
No, because that's a very conceptual, almost a philosophical question. Like climate compatible finance is not climate finance, or going beyond climate
it
finance.
refers to the goals outlined in Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, which are there are three. I mean, the only what I'm trying to say is the only thing I'm missing here is that we see this from the climate finance point of view. No, I mean, we can see mitigation and adaptation as well from that point of view. So I don't mind referring to goals outlined in Article 2 of the Paris Agreement. What is missing is that it's from a climate finance point of view, because you could have relevant international institutions bring in something on 2.1a, which is very relevant, but will not be relevant for the BA. That's the link that is missing, but maybe I'm taking it too far. Maybe I should just.
So maybe we should better characterize it to avoid any confusion. Ivan, is that okay?
Yeah, on the same topic, actually would be better to refer to the Paris Agreement objective that has three parts, and to refer to the third part, as it was said before.
Okay, but the idea is to be specific. So let's be specific in the language so that it's clear that we're dealing with climate finance and not, beyond.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think people are getting tired.
Mo, that's yours. We fine? We can go now. Okay, tell us. Yes, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, I think I gather the version that we leave tonight will be circulated, and I guess we have the opportunity to review and make some comments for the ones tomorrow. So I'm not going to belabor too many points, but just a general flag. I think we should be very deliberate and careful on the language on 2.1c and the relation generally, and then the relationship of what is the BA's role with relation to Article 2.1c, and be mindful that the CMA has never met to discuss, and this is something that will eventually be a matter for the CMA. We're preempting even our own thinking, let alone the CMA's role, if at all, with regards to 2.1c. So I think we just need to be very careful. I think we will have language here, but this will have to be, I think, massaged a bit. For instance, information that will be necessary for tracking global progress on the goals that necessary as determined by whom and for what purpose. There's a role that we're kind of creating for ourselves that goes a little bit beyond I think the mandate as we originally intended and drafted it, for the BA to take a first look at what data that might be relevant to this that's available right now. So
I love the SCF. This is the only place where Randy and Mo can be like-minded. We are a committee indeed. We are a committee indeed.
I think Paul
Paul also wants to join the
like-minded group.
Of course.
Well, I interpret that as the 1.5 and the 2 degrees. So we're looking for information relevant to tracking consistency with the long-term goal outlined in Article 2, which is the pathway to 1.5 and the pathway to 2 degrees centigrade.
do we have a problem with the chapeau? The way the chapeau is framed, should we, yeah. So it's the consistency with objective of the convention, and I was wondering if actually there was no reference to anything, if there was no chapeau, if this wouldn't have been a, if there is no chapeau, then there is not a, then we're not trying to do anything. If there is a chapeau, then we are dealing with 2.1c. If it's not chapeau, then so I'm wondering if that can
We definitely
help.
want this within the framework of the Framework Convention. We want it within the Framework Convention and within the Paris Agreement. That's our parameters.
Clearly, yeah. So do we need to remind ourselves that, or no? So we'll put it as place. I mean, at least we'll put it as placeholder or bracket it for the time being and think about a better way to frame this, if that can provide more or less anxiety to colleagues. But because I've also heard some colleagues who have a strong interest in keeping some of the language there. So how do we deal with it in a manner that is satisfactory to all?
Wrapping up, sort of, I think.
Yes, and we need to start wrapping up.
I think I see more flags going up, but let me just sort of try to at least a recap on where we are. I think we worked really well today, and certainly now this second part of this discussion this afternoon, I mean, specifically focusing on these on the elements of the recommendations, I think has been extremely useful to Saini, myself, and to the team here. So what we would propose to do is to we've now sort of taken careful note of all the edits, and we would then circulate tonight, hopefully not too late, 2 versions of the document. So it would have the track changes of the recommendations, as well as a clean copy or version of the recommendations. Now, when you receive the clean version, it's by no means anything that's agreed. It's just a tool for us to engage tomorrow, so that hopefully by the end of the day tomorrow we would then have an agreed set of recommendations. But I mean, by no means sort of treat the text that you received today as something agreed. We just sort of hope that will show a step in the right direction. Mohammed, please.
Thank you, Tim. So I was not engaged in the discussion from the beginning, but I raised the question before, and apologies if it was answered. Do we have the power, either us or the COP, to encourage the other UN agencies? I mean, this is an important question. I mean, we don't want to be put in a situation where somebody will tell you, like, who are you? I mean, when we have this draft decision, whatever the final format of it comes to the parties, then you find somebody who say, like, where is the mandate that tells you that you can do that? So I think the way we should do it is that we give a mandate to the SCF to work with the other, through the Secretariat, with the other relevant agencies, blah, 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 to provide, to collect the information, rather than you encourage other institutions that are not within the mandate, and I don't know how we're going to encourage them. Are they going to send them a fax or email, and guys, you are encouraged by parties to provide this information, or you give a task for an entity to liaise with them? So, I mean, this is something to think of. Of course, on 2.1c, my concerns, I see like we have several paragraphs that deals with 2.1c. The mandate that we have for the SCF, for the work of the BA, is very clear. We are tracking climate finance flows to developing countries, and maybe in a later stage, once we get, as I agree with Randy, I put it on record, that once we get this clear mandate from the CMA, that we should do this very clear tracking for specific things where you have consideration to insurance, lending, investment, decision-making processes towards 2.1c or that takes 2.1c. We don't have yet this mandate, but we have a mandate to talk about like consistency with the objectives of the convention. So let's keep it as general as possible, and I want to avoid any discussions when we go in the COP and we have a long nights. We don't want to have further discussions on issues that we can handle
in a more and in a smarter way here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Paul, please.
Well, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I interpret this that the COPE is doing all of this. It's the COPE that's encouraging all relevant United Nations agencies, and we're suggesting to the COPE what it should do. So, example, it's not us requesting the SCF to continue its work mapping. We're doing a little shadow boxing there. We want the COPE to instruct us, and we're telling them what to instruct us. That could be criticized. But in terms of encouraging all the relevant United Nations agencies, if the COPE accepts that, it's the COPE that's doing it, because I agree with you that we shouldn't do that. It has to be the COPE that does it.
No, that's absolutely right. It is, you know, we are kind of drafting recommendations that for the COP, and then the COP will do with the recommendations whatever it wants to do with it. They can sort of, and we'll kind of taking it one step at a time. But obviously, we're hoping to draft recommendations that would be acceptable to the COP, that COP would actually then want to push forward. Anything else at this point before we finish for the day? I think we might want to do some housekeeping things just to finalize. Yes, Toru, please.
Thank you. And this is a very big first day for me, and to join the committee works, and a bit difficult for me, but I enjoy still. I have a request to that, two requests or suggestion. We had the breakfast session, and then we discussed this BA and the drafting, and then I think we have a time limit, and then we have to break out to discuss further. But I think in that kind of drafting, it's better to have as a whole, so that because we joined in the middle of the course, and then we couldn't follow that very well. So at the end, we better have a plenary session to go through one more time, and then to at least among ourselves to have a common understanding and finalize the text. And also, I'd like to have, as the same thing goes to all of you, but we'd like to have enough time to share the text, agreed text among us with respective capitals, so that and we can really be sure that we can really finalize the text with a good understanding on our respective capital. So we hope to de facto finalize the text tomorrow, so that we have another day, so that we can really share with our capitals, and then get a feedback, and then to complete finalize on the day 3. This is my suggestion.
Thank you very much for both suggestions, Toru. I think that's very, very, very useful. We'll look at the schedule for tomorrow, but I think that's absolutely right, that when we do the next reading of the recommendations, we'll need to do that in plenary, because we'll need to ensure that all the colleagues have a chance to provide their input. Then I think we would have at least one more iteration of the recommendations anyway, and as the usual practice, I mean, my expectations is that you would then get yet another version, I think, tomorrow evening, and then the SCF would sort of formally sign off on it on sometime on Wednesday, hopefully not too late, but you know, I'm not going home until Thursday, so I have lots of time to do several iterations of the recommendations and summary if need be. That may not be the case for everyone, but indeed, I mean, the idea is to make sure that, because we need to ensure that the SCF as a collective takes ownership of the summary and the recommendations, and they need to also be able to provide their inputs, you know, every step along the way. So I think we stop now, and then we would continue tomorrow morning at 9. Now, Kathy. Is there someone who wants to take the floor from the Skype call? No, it's too late. Yeah. Apparently, there's still someone from the Skype call who wants to provide some input. Okay. Well, let's give 1 minute, because this is the virtual engagement that the our co-chairs have been very much promoting. So yes, please. Okay, so let's get the Skype input now, and then we'll wrap up for the day.
Hi, it's Diana Shager from the Yongo constituency, and I just wanted to add one little remark that I have for the committee, since I've been following the reports, biennial assessments for some time now. My suggestion actually is whether it's possible to solve the issue of information gap and on finance flow of green climate bodies through a requested recommendation for the bodies to provide some study of the previously used funds as well as their appropriate uses. So my suggestion is, since parties have their own timelines, they are not really following a specific strict guidelines, whether there is a way for the Standing Committee on Finance to suggest for the executive bodies of climate finance a thorough study of past funds and their uses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the comments. And indeed, in doing the biennial assessment, we are trying to use all possible data sources, the information provided by parties and also other data aggregators. So thank you for that. Okay, it's 5:45 soon, so we didn't quite manage to finish by 5 p.m. as Ayman predicted this morning, but nevertheless, let's wrap up now. So we reconvene in plenary tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we would then have a stock take. So we would get a report back from all of the substantive breakout groups that we've had today. So Saini will report on the work we've done on the biennial assessment. We'll hear a report from on the forum, and then also Vicky and Leah on the guidance. We will look at the scheduling for tomorrow to ensure that the next discussion on the biennial assessment happens in plenary. And then we'll see how we can sort out the schedule for the rest of the day to ensure that we have a productive day and make good progress. So thank you very much, and have a good evening. And I'll see you at 9 o'clock. Anything to add, Ayman? Ayman? No. Okay. Thumbs up. Ayman.
Are we in housekeeping?
Yes.
Is there any collective transport to this event tonight or not?
So the social event has been moved to tomorrow due to availability of some of the members.
Yeah. I have to transport. There's no longer an event to transport food.
Good thing you asked.
Yeah. Matthias, we would have wound up there. Maybe it wouldn't be bad.
Maybe we'll be there anyway. Who knows?
Yeah.
You happy?
We'll do a reconnaissance of the joint.
Exactly. Someone has to do that.
Yeah.
To provide the reviews for the rest of us.